Chapter 817. The owner of the casino, Mike, couldn't be bothered to look at Li Wei's cowardly face. He turned his head to look at the mysterious woman beside him. She was wearing a long black dress and had long, curly hair. A pair of large sunglasses covered half of her face, revealing only her flame-like red lips. She was like a poisonous poppy flower, emitting a fatal charm from head to toe. Mike was very curious about this young woman who had come looking for him. If she hadn't told him that Li Wei would escape with a sum of money, they would have lost a huge sum of money. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Miss, other than the 200,000 that Li Wei brought, he still owes us 300,000. Do you really intend to pay this debt on his behalf?" Ji Yuqi said indifferently, "I can give you the 300,000, but I have 3 requests. Please speak. Firstly, I don't want a second person to know of my existence. Secondly, let go of Wang Xiufang and her daughter. Thirdly, cripple Li Wei's hands." Being able to run a casino, Mike naturally wasn't a mediocre person. He could tell that the other party had a strong background and had no intention of offending her. In this line of work, it was always better to have more friends than more enemies. Therefore, he agreed to Ji Yuqi's conditions without hesitation. Before coming out of the surveillance room, Ji Yuqi heard Li Wei's painful screams. She raised her eyebrows coldly and left without a change in her expression. This street was the most chaotic place in Ing City. Crooks mixed in with honest folk, and underground casinos were everywhere. Many hooligans gathered at the streets and stared at the passers-by with ill intentions. Occasionally, a few hooligans would whistle at the girls or approach them to strike up a conversation. The girls would be so frightened that they would run away hurriedly. Ji Yuqi ignored them and walked forward leisurely. However, after walking for less than 100 meters, she heard a familiar voice coming from the corner. "Cici, don't bother about me. Run." Ji Yuqi's heart skipped a beat. It was Ahan. Judging from his voice, he seemed to be in pain. Could he be injured? Her face darkened, and she quickly walked to the corner. In a dark corner, 4 strong men surrounded a young man. The young man's handsome face was full of scars and his clothes were stained with blood. He looked at the enemy with fierce eyes vigilantly, protecting the girl behind him. Although the girl was afraid, she was more grateful and worried for the young man. She shook her head and stubbornly said, "No, Ahan, I won't go. Even if I die, I want to die with you." The corner of Ji Yuqi's mouth twitched. "That lady called Cici, please wake up. Do you think you're filming a drama? Instead of running away and calling the police for help, you're holding Ahan back. Are you really doing this for his own good?" However, Ji Yunhan did not think so. He was very happy that Cici was willing to live and die with him. This gave him a great sense of happiness. Fortunately, Ji Yuqi did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, she would definitely knock his head open and see what was inside. "Stupid girl, tell us where Lu Ming is. Otherwise, I'll let the 2 of you die here." A fierce-looking man attacked Ji Yunhan and said fiercely, "I told you I don't know. What do you want?" Lu Cici was anxious and angry. She angrily glared and swung her bag at the people who grabbed her. "Humph, the son pays the father's debts. Since you don't know where your father is, you'll pay for him." The leader of the men had just finished speaking when his face was punched by Ji Yunhan. He was burning with anger, and no longer took it lightly. He angrily said, "Brothers, beat this brat to death." The man spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. His fierce punches were fatal. His pair of small eyes were full of viciousness. "Stupid brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The 4 men rushed at Ji Yunhan at the same time. Ji Yunhan's handsome face was scarred. His expression was cold and solemn. His whole body exploded with a fierce aura. He actually managed to withstand their fatal attacks. However, he was still young and did not have enough combat experience. He also had to protect Lu Cici. Soon under the pincer attack of the 4 men, he showed signs of weakness. Just as the 4 men rushed forward and planned to subdue Ji Yunhan, an ear-piercing police siren sounded. F***CK, the police are here. Retreat. The group of thugs left Ji Yunhan and Lu Cici behind and hurriedly fled. Anyway, they had achieved their goal. There was no need to stay here and be arrested by the police. The hurried and chaotic footsteps gradually faded away. Ji Yuqi came out from behind the wall and turned off the alarm on her phone. In fact, there was no police at all. She had just downloaded a police siren and played it on her phone. The group of people had already gone far away. Ji Yuqi still had no intention of showing up. It was not that she was not worried about Ahan's injury, but she wanted to secretly observe what kind of girl Lu Sisi was. She wanted to see if she was worthy of her brother's love. Ahan, how are you? Is it very painful? In the corner, Lu Sisi anxiously grabbed Ji Yunhan's arm. Her voice trembled with panic and guilt. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be injured. Lu Sisi's clear black and white eyes were covered with mist. Her pink lips were left with traces of blood, because she had bitten her teeth too hard. Ji Yunhan looked at her enduring the pain, and felt very distressed. He had long forgotten the pain in his body. He softly comforted her. Sisi, this is not your fault. Your father's gambling debt has nothing to do with you. You must not blame yourself. Ahan, don't be so good to me. I'm not worth it. Lu Sisi held back her tears and did not let them fall. Her strength in Ji Yunhan's eyes made him feel even more distressed. You're worth it. You're a good girl. I like you. These words were still too embarrassing to say out loud. Ji Yunhan's ears were dyed with a touch of red. He uncomfortably avoided Lu Sisi's clear eyes, coughed awkwardly, and changed the topic. Sisi, I'll take you home. Lu Sisi tiptoed and carefully brushed Ji Yunhan's short hair away from his forehead. Her bright eyes were filled with distress. Ahan, don't worry about me in the future. Those people, they won't let me go. I don't want to implicate you. Ji Yunhan's pupils suddenly shrank and his face became ugly. He said in a deep voice, Sisi, in your heart, am I, Ji Yunhan, that kind of timid person? No. Lu Sisi quickly shook her head. You misunderstood. I just don't want you to get hurt. Ji Yunhan's heart warmed, and he couldn't help but grin. I'm not afraid. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Although his cheeks were bruised, he was still as handsome and charming when he smiled. His bright smile was like the sun, shining into Lu Sisi's cold heart, making her want to get closer to him. She raised her face, and her bright and clean face bloomed with a gentle smile. Thank you, Ahan. Lu Sisi would never forget that in the spring of her 16th year, there was a young man who pulled her out of the darkness of her life. It turned out that she could also have sunshine. But was a girl of her status worthy of it? The young man and woman left hand in hand. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Ji Yuqi wrapped her arms around her shoulders and leaned against the wall, watching their backs disappear into the distance. Her enchanting phoenix eyes glowed with a playful light. Lu Sisi, this girl wasn't simple at all. If it wasn't for the cold eyes of a bystander and staying out of the matter, even Ji Yuqi would find it difficult to find anything suspicious about her. Lu Sisi proposed to send Ji Yunhan to the hospital, but Ji Yunhan didn't want to go. He knew that his injuries were all superficial and nothing serious. Lu Sisi couldn't persuade him, so she could only give up. Ji Yunhan sent Lu Sisi home with a face full of wounds. This was the slum area, and the house was particularly simple. Lu Sisi and her sickly mother lived in 2 small rooms. She was a little embarrassed to invite Ji Yunhan into the house. Ji Yunhan didn't mind at all, and swaggered into the other's room. He even politely greeted Lu Sisi's mother, Wang Xuemei. Auntie, my name is Ji Yunhan. I'm Sisi's classmate. Wang Xuemei was wearing plain clothes, and was cooking in the kitchen. Seeing her daughter bringing her classmate home, she nervously wiped her hands, and a smile appeared on her face. Come and sit. Our house is too simple and crude. We've made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Auntie, you're too polite. Ji Yunhan politely greeted Wang Xuemei. From his words and actions, there was only respect and no contempt. Lu Sisi was moved by Ji Yunhan's thoughtfulness, and the way she looked at him became more gentle. She pursed her lips and said, Mom, Ahan was injured in order to save me. Is there any medicine at home? I'll help him deal with the wound. As soon as Ji Yunhan entered the door, Wang Xuemei saw the wound on his face. She was too embarrassed to ask how he got it. She didn't expect that he was injured in order to save her daughter. She immediately understood what was going on and quickly said, Yes, it's in the TV cabinet. There's alcohol and trauma medicine. Ji Yunhan embarrassedly scratched his head. No need to trouble yourself. It's just a superficial wound. It's okay. Of course. If the wound is not dealt with, it may become inflamed and leave a scar. Wang Xuemei was very enthusiastic. One moment, she made tea for Ji Yunhan, and the next moment, she cut fruits for him. This made Ji Yunhan feel very embarrassed. Lu Sisi helped him apply the medicine. Her movements were very gentle. He looked at her focused look, and his heart was as sweet as honey. After dealing with the wound, Wang Xuemei had already put the food on the table. Although it was just a simple home-cooked meal, the taste was very good. It seemed that she had put a lot of effort into it. Ji Yunhan's appetite was great, and he ate 2 big bowls of rice. After the meal, Lu Sisi wanted to help wash the dishes, but Wang Xuemei drove her away and asked her to accompany Ji Yunhan. Ji Yunhan saw that it was getting late, so he didn't want to stay any longer. He said goodbye, and Wang Xuemei asked Lu Sisi to send him out of the alley. The two of them walked in the narrow alley, and Ji Yunhan said, "Sisi, your mother is so nice." Ever since his mother passed away, he had never felt maternal love again. Chen Tingfang seemed to be very nice to him, but in reality, she was harboring evil intentions. Of course, he couldn't treat her as his mother, and he couldn't feel maternal love from her. Lu Sisi knew about his family situation. She looked up at his arrogant profile and hesitated for a bit. In the end, she held his right hand and expressed her concern with her actions. She knew that sometimes, words were useless. Gentle and considerate actions could enter the other party's heart. Their fingers touched. His fingers stiffened, and his footsteps also stiffened. She suddenly felt timid, and just as she was about to withdraw her hand, he held it tightly. The Ji family's villa was dark. A dark shadow walked along the living room corridor and went upstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, the lights in the corridor suddenly turned on. Awesome novel Songshu 566. Chapter 8:18. Ji Yunhan was startled by the sudden light. Just as he was about to hurry back to his room, Ji Yuqi opened the door and walked out in her pajamas. He laughed dryly. "Sis, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet?" Ji Yuqi didn't say a word. Her eyes were burning as she sized up the scars on his face. He quickly avoided her gaze and scratched his head uncomfortably. He stammered as he explained, "I met a few bad guys in the afternoon. I fought with them." Ji Yuqi didn't expose his lie. She stuffed a tube of ointment into his hand and said lightly, "Apply it twice a day. Don't let the wound get wet. If Dad asks, just say that you fell down yourself. Don't let him worry." "Sis." Ji Yunhan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. He lied to his sister. Not only did she not scold him, she even helped him cover it up. He suddenly felt very guilty. How could Ji Yuqi not know what he was thinking? She helplessly pulled the corner of her lips. She reached out and rubbed his head. She said meaningfully, "Ahan, I believe that you have grown up. You know what to do and what not to do. If you encounter any trouble, you can tell me." Under her gentle gaze, Ji Yunhan had the urge to confide in her. He wanted to tell her everything. However, the moment he opened his mouth, Lu Sisi's sweet smile flashed across his mind. He clenched his fists and suppressed the urge. He couldn't say that he promised Sisi that he wouldn't tell anyone about her. He had to keep his promise. "Sis, I'm fine. I really just fought with someone. It's getting late. You should rest early." Ji Yunhan threw down these words. He didn't dare to look into Ji Yuqi's eyes again, and hurriedly went into his room. Ji Yuqi's eyes darkened when she saw him running away. She was a little disappointed and felt an indescribable sense of loss. Her brother had finally grown up, and had someone he wanted to protect. In fact, this was also good. She couldn't protect him for a lifetime. He needed to experience the bitterness and sweetness of growing up, pain and joy, as well as the sweetness and betrayal of love. Although Ji Yuqi didn't intervene in the matter between Ahan and Lu Sisi, it didn't mean that she didn't care. She looked for Liang Yu to investigate Lu Sisi's situation, and found out that Lu Sisi was Ahan's classmate. She had a gambling addict father, who owed a lot of money to loan sharks. Her father abandoned her and her mother, Wang Xuemei, and ran away. Since then, the mother and daughter were often harassed by loan sharks. Wang Xuemei's health wasn't good. She relied on a cleaning job to support herself and her daughter. How could she have spare money to pay off the debt? Lu Sisi was very sensible. In order to pay off the debt as soon as possible, she worked in a bar every day after school without telling her mother. All the money she earned was taken away by those vampire-like debt collectors. In this way, their family's debt kept piling up and Lu Sisi was almost forced into a desperate situation. Seeing this information, Ji Yuqi's ice-cold heart didn't fluctuate much. Other than some sympathy, there was nothing else. She wasn't a saint. She didn't have the ability to save everyone who was suffering. She only wanted to protect the people she cared about. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If this Lu Sisi wanted to hurt Ahan, Ji Yuqi wouldn't let her have it easy. The relationship between a young man and a young woman was always beautiful. Ever since Ji Yunhan held Lu Sisi's hand that night, the atmosphere between the two of them changed. Although there was no explicit confession, the two of them got along like an ordinary young couple. Ji Yunhan would wait outside Lu Sisi's house every morning and take her to school on his bicycle. She would sit on the back seat of the bicycle and hug his waist. She would softly tell him the interesting things that happened in school. Their laughter drifted along the way. That evening, Ji Yunhan planned to take Lu Sisi home as usual. Lu Sisi held her school bag in one hand and looked at him with a pair of big watery eyes. She wanted to say something but stopped. Ji Yunhan smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Sisi bit her bright red lips and mustered up her courage to say, "Ahan, actually, I used to work in a shop after school. I was afraid that you would be unhappy, so I asked the boss for leave and didn't go to work. But today the boss called and said that if I didn't go to work he would fire me. Ahan, I really need this job. Will you look down on me?" Her big beautiful eyes were filled with uneasiness. Her fingers tightly gripped the strap of her school bag, and she kept a distance from him, as if she would leave him at any time. Ji Yunhan felt pity for her. This silly girl. He was her boyfriend. How could he look down on her because of that? Instead, he loved her even more because of her independence and strength. He smiled and took the school bag from her hands. He held her hand and got on the bicycle. "Aren't you going to work? I'll take you." Lu Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, a bright smile bloomed on her beautiful face. "Okay." When Ji Yunhan followed her instructions and rode his bike to the place where she worked, his face instantly darkened. He stared at Lu Sisi's timid, watery eyes and gritted his teeth. "This is where you work? A bar?" He was a good boy who kept himself clean. He had never been to a place like this before, but that didn't mean that he didn't know how dirty it was. In the past, rich kids would often boast in his ears that they would pick up girls in bars for a night and so on. He could almost imagine how many hungry wolves would covet a beautiful girl like Sisi working in such a place. Lu Sisi's eyes reddened. Her delicate body was like a leaf in the autumn wind. She trembled slightly. "Why, you really look down on me, don't you?" Ji Yunhan's chest tightened. He had nowhere to vent his anger. With a dark face he angrily said, "Of course not. I'm just worried about you. This kind of place has crooks mixed in with honest folks. Who knows if there might be people who have designs on you." Lu Sisi's tears turned into a smile. Her bright smile was like the sun breaking through the dark clouds. It was dazzlingly beautiful. "Ahan, don't worry. This bar is very formal. It's not what you think. I'm just a little girl who serves tea. They won't do anything to me. I've worked here for several months, and I've never met anyone who has designs on me." Although she said that, Ji Yunhan was still worried. He thought for a moment and said, "Sisi, why don't you resign? I've saved up a sum of money. Although it's not enough to pay off my gambling debts, it's enough to buy some time so that those people won't bother you." Although his family was rich, his father was very strict with their pocket money. There was a limit every month to prevent them from developing a bad habit of spending money. He had already made up his mind. First, he would stabilize the loan sharks. Then he would ask his sister to borrow some money to start a small business and make money to pay off Sisi's debts. Lu Sisi bit her lips. Her bones were filled with arrogance. She firmly looked at Ji Yunhan's eager eyes. "Ahan, I know you're doing this for my own good. I'm very grateful. But I can't take your money. Although I'm poor, I still have my self-esteem. If I take your money, I'm no longer worthy to be your girlfriend. Ahan, if you really want to help me, please support my decision. Ji Yunhan was speechless for a moment. He understood her self-esteem and her pride. But he was her boyfriend. Shouldn't he help her? Lu Sisi could see his sadness. She hugged his arm and pouted. Ahan, are you angry? Don't be angry with me, okay? Ji Yunhan sighed silently, facing her big, watery eyes and charming, smiling face. Even if his stomach was full of resentment, it vanished like smoke into thin air. All that remained was a deep sense of pity. He rubbed her hair and smiled bitterly. All right, I've lost to you. I don't have to quit my job, but I have to accompany you to work every day. She wailed. Oh, no way. Boss will have a problem with that. Ji Yunhan smiled like a big fox trying to act cute. I don't care. Anyway, I'm going to follow you. She shook his arm and called out pitifully. Ahan, his eyes curved. It's no use acting coquettishly. Sisi, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go to work? From then on, there was a new regular in the bar. He was a handsome boy who was especially eye-catching in a group of adults. He never drank and would always order a glass of fruit juice and sit in a corner. He was distant and polite to people who came up to him. His focused gaze only fell on a waitress, and all his emotions were affected by her. Lu Sisi knew that Ji Yunhan had been watching her. She was used to being followed by his scorching gaze wherever she went. Occasionally, she would turn back and smile in his direction. The two of them were separated by a distance, but their hearts seemed to be linked as they smiled at each other. A man who spoiled the scene suddenly barged into the beautiful scene. He was dressed in a white collar, and was well dressed. He grabbed Lu Sisi's wrist, his fingers caressing her fair and delicate skin. The smile on his face was ambiguous and wretched. Little girl, how old are you? Why are you working at such a young age? Lu Sisi's cheeks were red. She struggled to pull her hand away. Sir, please show some respect. Little girl, don't be so rigid. If you're willing to be my girlfriend, I can let you enter my company. The salary will definitely be higher than now. The gentle-looking man's grip was especially strong. He pulled Lu Sisi into his arms and whispered in her ear. They were like a pair of infatuated lovers. After all, Lu Sisi was young and didn't have enough strength. She was imprisoned in his arms and couldn't break free. She was so anxious that her eyes were red and tears were about to fall. Just when she was at a loss, a handsome figure suddenly appeared and punched the man in the face. Let go of her, you bastard. Ji Yunhan's handsome face was full of anger. His eyes were burning with anger. He couldn't wait to skin the man who bullied Lu Sisi. The gentle-looking man was in pain and subconsciously let go of Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi's face was full of tears. She threw herself into Ji Yunhan's arms. Ahan, it's okay. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ji Yunhan hugged Lu Sisi and patted her back. He glared at the man who was covering his cheek and said fiercely, Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Sisi is my girlfriend. I'm warning you. Don't have any ideas about her in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Beauty novel Xingwu 799. Chapter 819. The man was taken aback by Sumo's ferocious gaze, but he quickly broke into a smile. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Little brother, if I had known earlier that this young lady was your girlfriend, I wouldn't have been so rude to her. Ji Yunhan snorted coldly. He hugged Lu Sisi and turned to leave, no longer paying attention to the sanctimonious guy. After such an incident, Lu Sisi lost control of her emotions, and was not in the mood to go to work. Her boss was also very kind and did not force her to leave. He let her leave early to have a good rest and adjust her mood. Ji Yunhan was very annoyed. He wanted to force Lu Sisi to resign, but when he saw her teary little face and anxious eyes, his heart softened. He could only comfort himself that today's incident was just an accident, and he would be more careful to protect her in the future. The next day, Ji Yunhan accompanied Lu Sisi to work as usual. He sat at the position with the best view, so he could always pay attention to Lu Sisi's movements. He put all his attention on her, and did not notice that someone was looking at him from behind. At a table not far from Ji Yunhan, 3 men sat in a circle. One of them, a young man with dyed blonde hair, lowered his voice and said, "Brother Zhe, is it that brat?" The man called Brother Zhe was the gentleman who took liberties with Lu Sisi last night. He had a gentle smile on his handsome face, but his eyes were malicious and ruthless. "It's him. After fishing for so long, we can finally pull the line tonight." Another handsome man with a pair of peach blossom eyes raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly like a fox. "Tonight, we'll let that brat have a taste of our methods. Sai, that's the most beautiful girl in Yi Qingcheng. He got lucky." Suja narrowed his eyes and smiled. His eyes were terrifyingly cold as if they were dipped in poison. His voice was low and hoarse. "We want him to be drunk and never want to wake up again." As the saying goes, the mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While the 3 of them were discussing how to deal with Ji Yunhan, in the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, an incomparably handsome man was listening to their plan. The 3 fools didn't know that someone had planted a bug under the table they were sitting at. Shinja's long and narrow eyes were as dark as the sea, and his handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His slender fingers lightly tapped on the table, and his voice was cold. Liang Yu informed Chi-Chi. Liang Yu, who was standing behind him, respectfully replied, "Yes." He left the room and called Ji Yuqi. These days he had been following her orders and following Ji Yunhan and Lu Sisi, reporting their situation to her in a timely manner. However, he didn't expect that his boss would be interested as well and interfere. It seemed like their boss was deeply in love with Miss Ji. He was always thinking about her, but he didn't want her to know how much effort he had put in behind her back. Only Shinja and Aze were left in the monitoring room. Aze said expressionlessly, "Young master, if you help solve this, you will win the favor of your future brother-in-law." Shinja's charming almond-shaped eyes softened, and he said lightly, "Chi-Chi prefers to do things herself." He wouldn't do things that she didn't like. Moreover, he loved Chi-Chi. What did it have to do with others? That tenderness flashed by so quickly that Aze thought he was seeing things. Aze's face was wooden as he complained in his heart, "Young master, is it really okay for you to be so henpecked? Miss Ji, your brother is in trouble. Hurry and come to the night charming bar." Ji Yuqi was coming out of the library when she received Liang Yu's call. When she heard his words, her heart almost stopped beating. She said anxiously, "Tell me clearly, what happened to my brother?" "The person who flirted with Lu Sisi last night is called Suja. He's a young master from a small gang. He found a few people to deal with your brother," Liang Yu explained briefly, then urged Ji Yuqi to hurry over. Ji Yuqi grabbed her handbag with one hand and ran around the campus without caring about her image. Her mind was spinning quickly. She was worried about Ji Yunhan's safety, and at the same time, she was analyzing Lu Sisi's role in this matter. Was it her? Was she the one who wanted to harm Mahan? Yuqi. Just as Ji Yuqi was running for her life, a tall and strong figure blocked her way. Tang Feng was wearing a black suit. He was tall and handsome, like a pine tree standing proudly. He exuded an intimidating aura. His dark eyes were fixed on Ji Yuqi, and there were complicated emotions surging in his eyes. He seemed to be anxious and passionate at the same time. He stood in front of her and had no intention of avoiding her. Ji Yuqi had no choice but to stop running. She stared at him expressionlessly. "What's the matter?" This was the first time the 2 of them had met after the birthday party. She was like a delicate iris flower, rushing into his sight. At that moment, his gloomy mood because of Yi Zis's deception suddenly brightened. He suddenly realized that he couldn't forget the prostitute who used to follow him around when he was young. He couldn't bear to let go of his past feelings for her. But now, the little girl who called him Brother Tangfeng was gone. Standing in front of him was a cold and distant woman. He was the one who had destroyed their friendship. Tangfeng's heart throbbed with pain. His deep eyes revealed an indescribable pain. He took a step towards her, his voice low and filled with anticipation. "Chi-Chi, let's start over." Ji Yuqi looked at his handsome face calmly. Her heart was beating steadily in her chest. The throbbing of the past had long been erased. The feelings between them had also been buried. She shook her head and said calmly, "It's too late." These 3 short words were like a heavy hammer that smashed heavily on Tang Feng's chest. His handsome face instantly turned pale. It was too late. Had they already missed each other? No, it couldn't be. Chi-Chi liked him. She was just acting out of spite, just like when they were young. Ji-Yuchi brushed past him. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. His palm was as hot as iron and pressed against her skin. His voice was firm. "Chi-Chi, you're mine. I won't let you run away." Ji-Yuchi frowned. She had to rush to the bar and didn't have time to waste with him. Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and pushed him away. "Tang Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Ji-Yuchi pushed her handbag onto her shoulder and left without looking back. She didn't see the pain in the eyes of the person behind her. "Chi-Chi, you're just acting out of spite with Big Brother Tang Feng, aren't you? Chi-Chi, when your anger subsides, you'll still return to Big Brother Tang Feng's side, right?" Nightfall Bar, just like its name, was a nightfall. Young people indulged in their own happiness and burned their youth. They lived a life of drunkenness and luxury. There was only one handsome young man who was an exception. His eyes were clear, and there was a smile on his lips. He looked at his beloved girl from afar. His smile was clean and warm, causing many lonely people to cast ambiguous glances at him. A handsome and refined man was holding a glass of wine. He sat opposite the young man with a smile on his face and said cheerfully, "Little brother, what a coincidence. We meet again." Ji Yunhan looked at the man in front of him clearly. It was the man who had bad intentions towards Cece last night. He frowned in disgust and said, "Why is it you again?" Suja smiled sincerely. "Little brother, my name is Suja. I'm here to apologize to you. It was my fault last night. You're a magnanimous person. Please don't hold it against me. Come, let me propose a toast to you. Please forgive me for my rudeness last night." Suja picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. He was full of pride and his eyes were sincere. Although Ji Yunhan didn't like his frivolous behavior, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Moreover, if he was on good terms with Suja, he wouldn't be able to make things difficult for Cece in the future. Thinking of this, Ji Yunhan picked up the juice he had ordered and said politely, "Brother Su, I don't drink alcohol. I'll have this glass of juice instead. Please take care of Cece for my sake in the future." Of course. I, Suja, don't have much, but I have a lot of friends. Little brother, don't worry. I'm sure no one will dare to bully your little girlfriend in the future." Suja looked gentle and refined, but his every movement was full of heroic spirit. He was like a hero of the underworld. He patted his chest loudly and Ji Yunhan was bewitched by his heroic actions. He tilted his head back and gulped down the entire glass of juice. The glass of juice went down Ji Yunhan's throat without leaving a single drop. Suja's eyes flashed with malice. He had added something to the juice when Ji Yunhan wasn't paying attention. It wouldn't take long for the drug to take effect. He calculated in his heart, but the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. He flattered, "Little brother, you're really generous. I, Suja, didn't misjudge you." The two of them chatted more and more happily. Unknowingly, two of Suja's friends had joined them at the table. Ji Yunhan was in high spirits and didn't pay attention to them. 10 minutes later, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. His head was dizzy and the shadows in front of him blurred. He held his forehead with one hand and his eyes were in a daze. His body swayed, and he almost fell onto the table. Suja hurriedly supported his shoulders and asked worriedly, "Little brother Ji, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" The shadows in front of him became more and more blurred. Ji Yunhan shook his head hard and tried to wake up, but his head was even dizzier. He leaned on Suja's shoulder and murmured incoherently, "Cece, take care of Cece," the blonde boy sneered. What a sentimental man. He's already in this state, and he still can't forget that wretched girl. Suja glanced at him, his cold eyes full of warning. The blonde boy immediately stopped talking and smiled. "Brother Zha, there are too many people here. Let's hurry up and get him out of here." Suja and the blonde-haired man carried Ji Yunhan and walked out of the bar. Another man with peach blossom eyes walked in front to clear the way. Lu Cece saw the four of them leaving and subconsciously took a step forward to chase after them. But in the next moment, her movements froze. Her face was pale and her fingers dug deep into her palms. Her misty eyes were full of hatred. Suja and the other two men brought Ji Yunhan to the hotel opposite the bar. They booked a room under his name and threw him onto a ridiculously large bed. A beautiful woman wearing a spaghetti strap dress, perfume and light makeup walked into the room. She threw a flirtatious glance at Suja and said coquettishly, "Brother Mayor won't let you down." Suja touched her soft cheeks with satisfaction. "Very good. I'll leave this boy to you. Train him well." Attention Songshu 566. Chapter 820. Ji Yunhan laid on the bed without any resistance. Although he was in a daze, he managed to stay conscious due to his strong willpower. That was why he was able to hear their conversation. He finally understood that Suja was the one who had caused him to become like this. He hated himself for being so careless and falling into their trap so easily. Cici, would they harm Cici? Thinking of this, Ji Yunhan could no longer remain calm. He struggled with all his might, wanting to crawl up. However, his body was weak and he didn't have the slightest bit of strength. He was anxious and angry. The blood in his chest roiled, and a fishy sweet taste rose up in his throat. "Little brother, don't be so agitated. I'll help you regain your strength soon. I don't like dead fish." Yao Meier's slender and fair fingers landed on Ji Yunhan's handsome face. She caressed it gently as if it was precious porcelain. Such a youthful and energetic face. It was really enviable. Ji Yunhan was disgusted by her venomous gaze. He didn't have the strength to shake off her disgusting hand. He could only move his head away to avoid her fingers. She chuckled and reluctantly retracted her hand. She took out a syringe from her bag and lifted his shirt. She giggled. "The things in this syringe are enough to make you want to die. Little brother, don't be afraid. You'll like it." Ji Yunhan forcefully bit the tip of his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth, causing him to instantly sober up. He lifted his powerless right leg and used all his strength to kick Yao Meier's body. Yao Meier was momentarily caught off guard and was kicked to the floor. The syringe in her hand also fell to the ground. Her gentle smile instantly changed color, and her beautiful cheeks twisted in anger. "You damned brat. See if I don't properly deal with you." She picked up the syringe and elegantly tidied her messy hair. She walked towards Ji Yunhan. The moment she stabbed the syringe into Ji Yunhan's arm, the door was kicked open. She turned around in surprise and saw a red object flying towards her head at an extremely fast speed. Before she could react, the object had already hit her forehead. Blood immediately flowed out. Her vision turned black, and her body softly fell to the ground. Ji Yuqi stood at the door. Seeing that although Ji Yunhan was in a sorry state, his clothes were still intact, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her cold gaze quickly scanned the room, and she found a camera in the corner of the ceiling. Her expression became increasingly cold, and she quickly took off her jacket and threw it at the camera. She hung it on the lens, blocking the view of the people hiding behind the camera. She walked to Ji Yunhan's side and saw the syringe in his arm. Her pupils suddenly shrank and her heart almost stopped beating. It wasn't until she confirmed that the liquid in the syringe wasn't injected into his body that she relaxed her tense body. She removed the syringe from his arm and casually placed it in her trouser pocket. She wanted to keep it to test what was inside. She patted his cheek hard. "Ahan." Ji Yunhan seemed to hear a familiar voice. He tried his best to open his eyes and wanted to speak, but he didn't have the strength. He could only make muffled noises. Ji Yuqi guessed that he was drugged and hadn't recovered yet. She pulled him up and carried him on her shoulder. Before she left, she didn't forget to pick up the weapon that attacked Yao Meier, her purse. Finally, she hid in the camera's blind spot and removed her jacket from the camera to cover her and Ji Yunhan. After Ji Yuqi carried Ji Yunhan away, the few people sitting in the hotel's surveillance room realized that something was wrong. They had already prepared to record a video of Yao Meier and Ji Yunhan having sex. They didn't expect that the surveillance camera would be covered by something. They thought that Yao Meier had changed her mind at the last minute and didn't want to show off in front of the camera. Suja hurriedly dialed Yao Meier's number, but no one picked up. It was only when they saw a woman carrying a man whose head and face were covered on the surveillance camera that they realized something was amiss. They couldn't see her face, and she was carrying a man whose head and face were covered. Suja was furious. He ordered his subordinates to chase after Ji Yunhan and the mysterious man while he rushed to Yao Mei's room. Yao Mei was lying on the floor with blood all over her face. Suja touched her nose to check if she was still breathing. He immediately called for an ambulance. He still had a use for this woman's life. After all, she was the only one who had seen clearly who had taken Ji Yunhan away. Ji Yuqi didn't wait for Suja's men to catch up with her. She was already in a black car. The driver was Liang Yu, the private investigator she had hired. Liang Yu was a smart person. He never asked too many questions and didn't act on his own accord. He looked at Ji Yuqi's pale face from the rearview mirror and asked, Miss, where are we going now?" "We're going to the hospital. Ahan was drugged." Ji Yuqi recalled the scene she had just seen. She couldn't suppress the fear in her heart. The syringe was definitely not something good. If she had come a few minutes later, Ahan would have been ruined by that woman. This was Chen Tingfang's trap. She wanted to push Ahan into hell. Her fingers trembled slightly and her heart was beating rapidly. The hatred in her heart was like a monstrous flood that was about to drown her rationality. In her previous life, she didn't know what had happened to Ahan. Why did he suddenly become rebellious and refuse to go to school? Now, she vaguely understood that Ahan must have suffered inhumane torture. He must have suffered great pain and had no choice but to walk into the dark abyss. She felt a lump in her throat and held Ji Yunhan's hand tightly. She didn't dare to let go. Once she let go, she would never be able to see him again. "Sister." She heard a hoarse and weak voice. "Ahan, you're awake." Ji Yuqi tried her best to suppress her negative emotions and helped him to sit more comfortably. Her voice was full of worry. "Ahan, are you still feeling unwell?" Ji Yunhan looked at her in a daze for a long time. The confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his mind became clear. He tried to move his limbs. The effect of the drug must have worn off. He hurriedly sat up and said anxiously, "Sister, I suspect that Suja and the others are going to harm Cici. Let's hurry back to Glamorous Night Bar. I have to save her." Ji Yuqi looked at her silly brother with a complicated expression. She wanted to tell him the truth, but in the end, she didn't say it. Some things had to be seen with his own eyes before he would believe it. "Okay, let's go save her." Ji Yuqi asked Liang Yu to turn around and return to Glamorous Night Bar. The bar was bustling with noise, and people were dancing on the dance floor. Ji Yuqi led Ji Yunhan through the crowd. They searched everywhere for Lu Cici's whereabouts, but they couldn't find her. Ji Yunhan anxiously grabbed Lu Cici's close colleague and asked anxiously, "Xiaoding, do you know where Cici went?" Xiaoding was confused. "Didn't Cici go to look for you? When did she go out?" Ji Yunhan was about to go crazy. Suja and the others must have used his name to trick Cici into going out. "I think it was about 10 minutes ago." Before Xiaoding could finish his sentence, Ji Yunhan had already run away like a gust of wind. Ji Yuqi looked at his manic back and sighed helplessly. Just as Ji Yunhan was searching for Lu Cici's whereabouts like a headless fly, Liang Yu received a message from his boss, asking him to lead Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan to the alley behind the bar. There must be a good show going on in the alley. The corners of Liang Yu's lips curled up. His eyes, hidden behind his glasses, quickly flashed with a glimmer of light. Liang Yu quietly approached Ji Yuqi and whispered a few words in her ear. Ji Yuqi frowned. Something flashed through her mind so quickly that she couldn't catch it. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to think about it. She ran in front of Ji Yunhan and grabbed his wrist. "Follow me." Someone saw Lu Cici go into the alley behind the bar. In the dark alley, there was only a dim street lamp. The rubbish bins by the roadside were filled with garbage. The unpleasant smell permeated the air. The sounds of wild cats meowing were particularly clear in the night. Under the street lamp, 3 figures stood tall. 2 of them were tall and thin men, and the other was a delicate woman. One of the men seemed to be impatient. He raised his arm and slapped the woman. He said angrily, "Don't play tricks with me. Where did you take Ji Yunhan?" The woman's head was slapped to the side by the slap. Even so, her proud body didn't waver. Her voice was cold, like spring water on a snowy mountain. I've already said that I don't know. Even if you beat me to death, I still don't know. The woman's voice was very familiar. It was Lu Cece, the woman Ji Yunhan was frantically looking for. Ji Yunhan saw that his beloved was hurt. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He rushed out recklessly, but Ji Yuqi grabbed his wrist. He wanted to shout, but she covered his mouth with her other hand. She whispered in his ear, "Don't worry. Wait a little longer." Ji Yunhan was like a caged beast, frantically struggling. If it was someone else who grabbed him, he would have already beaten that person up. He didn't understand why his sister stopped him from saving Cece. He even felt the pain of being betrayed by his family. Although Ji Yuqi didn't know what he was thinking, she could guess from his conflicting emotions. She sighed silently and whispered in his ear, "Ahan, believe me. Sister won't hurt you." Ji Yunhan was stunned. Yes, this was his sister, his closest sister. How could he doubt her? He was such a jerk. His emotions were complicated, but he gradually calmed down. His brain also regained its rationality. He listened to Ji Yuqi's instructions and hid in the dark to observe the situation. On the other side, the tall, skinny man wanted to slap Lu Cece again, but he was stopped by Suja. "Depung, calm down. I believe that Cece isn't lying." Suja's voice was lazy, but the coldness in his voice was enough to send chills down one's spine. He took 2 steps forward and forced Lu Cece to the wall. He lowered his head, his smiling face almost touching hers. He said in a gentle voice, "Cece, you definitely won't forget the $500,000 gambling debt. You definitely won't forget that your mother needs a large sum of money to treat her illness. Am I right?" Lu Cece leaned her back against the wall. She could feel the chill in her bones spreading from her back to her body. Suja's words were like a sharp knife that pierced her heart. She clenched her fists tightly and spat out a few words with much difficulty. "I haven't forgotten." Suja patted her cold cheek approvingly. His voice was light and cheerful. "Good girl, you did well. I'll treat this as an accident. Next time, if such an accident happens again, you know what I'll do." Awesome novel Songshu 566. Chapter 821. Lu Cece lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling. She replied blankly, "Yes." "Very good." Suja stroked her hair like a puppy and laughed softly. "Continue to do what you should do. Don't let that kid get suspicious." She still responded blankly, "Yes." The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Only Lu Cece's shadow was left under the street lamp. She lowered her head, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. Soon, a pool of liquid gathered at the place where she was standing. Ji Yuqi retracted her gaze and released the hand that was covering Ji Yunhan's mouth. Her fingers were wet. It was Ahan's tears. After knowing that Lu Cece had betrayed him, Ji Yunhan was like a mad beast, trying to break free from her imprisonment. She used all her strength to subdue him. Later, she felt hot tears falling on her fingers, drop by drop, as if they were falling on her heart. It was so painful, so painful. She hugged him and pressed his head on her shoulder, gently stroking his back, silently comforting him. She felt both pain and guilt in her heart. In fact, she had long found out that Lu Cece had a motive for getting close to Ahan, but she chose to hide it because she wanted to use this cruel method to force Ahan to grow up. "Ahan, don't blame me for being selfish. I just want you to understand the dangers of the world. I just want you to understand the viciousness of Chen Tingfang and her mother. Otherwise you will never grow up. I am not omnipotent. I can't protect you completely, so you have to learn to protect yourself. Ahan, I'm sorry I hurt your heart." In a place where Ji Yunhan couldn't see, Ji Yuqi's eyes lit up, but it quickly disappeared, like a meteor flashing in the sky. The youth's heart had been torn to shreds. One could well imagine the pain he felt. Ji Yunhan even felt that there was no point in living anymore. He curled up in a corner like his heart had died. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the pitch-black night sky. He didn't respond to anything around him. His whole body was emitting a deathly stillness. Ji Yuqi was heartbroken. She began to wonder if she had done something wrong. After all, Ahan was still a child. She shouldn't have forced him like this. However, she didn't regret it. If she was given another chance, she would still do the same. She didn't know how to comfort him. She could only hug him tightly, call his name over and over again, telling him that he still had his father and sister. They would never betray him, would never abandon him. Her gentle whispers had a soothing magic. He was gradually surrounded by warmth. He was like a lost child. He was lying in her arms. He was suppressing his sobs, his weak sobs, like an injured animal. It made her heart ache. It's okay, Ahan. I'm here. A while later, Ji Yunhan's fluctuating emotions finally calmed down. The self-proclaimed man was crying happily on his sister's shoulder. This knowledge made his cheeks burn, and he moved his butt back embarrassedly. His voice was awkward and dry. Sand got into my eyes just now. Ji Yuqi's eyes were smiling. What an awkward, silly boy. She agreed rather seriously. I know. Ji Yunhan was amused by her serious look, but he had to hold it in. He pretended to be serious and cleared his throat. Sis, let's go home. Okay. Ji Yuqi stood up, looked down at him, and stretched out her right hand in front of him. He looked up at her. He couldn't see her face clearly in the dark night, but he could imagine her gentle smile, and scenes of when he was young surfaced in his mind. Every time he fell down naughtily, his sister would stand in front of him and hold his hand. He grinned and put his hand in hers. She held it tightly, just like when they were young, and pulled him up from the ground. Sis, Thank you. Ji Yuqi laughed softly. Silly boy. The two of them walked side by side and disappeared into the alley. Ji Yunhan hesitated for the entire journey. When the car arrived at the Ji family's villa, he couldn't help but ask, Sis, did you already know? Ji Yuqi knew what he was referring to and didn't hide it from him. Do you still remember when you and Lu Sisi were surrounded by people at the casino street? At that time, I was hiding in the dark. When I saw those people attacking you, I pretended to call the police to scare them away. Ji Yunhan suddenly understood. No wonder. I was wondering why I only heard the sirens and didn't see the police. Did you play the ringtone on your phone? Ji Yuqi nodded. That's right. At that time, I noticed that Lu Sisi was making eye contact with those people. At that time, I was suspicious. After that, I hired a private investigator to investigate, and found out that she had been in contact with Su Zhe. As for Su Zhe, you're not unfamiliar with him. His sister is called Su Yanqing. She's Yi Zhaoxian's lover. Ji Yunhan was no stranger to Yi Zhaoxian. He was Chen Tingfang's ex-husband and Yi Zisi's biological father. If Ji Yunhan still couldn't figure out who was behind this, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called a genius. His handsome face was full of anger. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Chen Tingfang, that old witch is too evil. I won't let her off. Ahan, after today's incident, you should understand that we're still too weak. We won't be able to compete with Chen Tingfang. Promise me, before you have enough power to protect yourself, don't act rashly. Sis, don't worry. I won't let you down. Ji Yunhan had experienced betrayal and emotional traps. He had matured a lot in just one night. He was no longer the reckless young man he used to be. He was a man who was patient, responsible and strategic. Ji Yuqi reached out and patted his shoulder. Ahan, I didn't tell you in advance. Are you angry with me? Ji Yunhan smiled bitterly. How can I not be angry? If you had told me in advance, I wouldn't have. He paused and avoided her gaze. He said awkwardly, although I'm angry, I don't blame you. If you had told me in advance, I might not have believed you. In fact, he had liked Lu Sisi for a long time. Even if his sister had said that she was a bad girl, he wouldn't have believed her. There were many things that could only be believed after experiencing it for yourself. If he hadn't experienced this incident, he wouldn't have realized that people's hearts could be so sinister. Even though he knew that Chen Tingfang and Yi Zisiu weren't good people, he couldn't have imagined that they would do such a vicious thing. Although that person had lied to him and hurt him badly, he had the courage to stand up again because he wasn't alone. He had his sister and father. They would accompany him, and he had to protect them. That night, the siblings opened up to each other and untied the knot in their hearts. Their relationship was restored to how it was before, And they were even closer. When they parted ways with the siblings, Liang Yu said that he knew a friend who could help Ji Yuqi check the contents of the syringe. Ji Yuqi thought about it. Liang Yu was someone she could trust, and she didn't have any acquaintances in this area. She handed the syringe to him and asked for his help. Liang Yu was very efficient. He called the next day. Miss Ji, the test results are out. The syringe contains a liquid drug. After taking it, it can confuse a person's mind, causing them to be in a state of extreme excitement and do some unimaginable things. After taking it twice, it can become addictive. It's very painful when it acts up, and it's very difficult to get rid of it. Ji Yuqi's head exploded, and the blood in her body quickly turned cold. Her fingers tightly gripped the phone, trying to control the roaring demon in her heart. Her eyes were wild and bloodthirsty. Chen Tingfang, you're so ruthless. You actually want to use a woman and drugs to treat a teenager, making him step by step into depravity and death. You vicious bitch, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ji Yuqi didn't hide it from Ji Yunhan. After telling him the results of the test, he was shocked. After the shock, there was a lingering fear. If his sister hadn't come in time, he would have been played by that disgusting woman. She would have injected him with drugs and taken a video. Then he would have completely become a plaything in the hands of that group of people. He didn't dare to imagine himself like that. After these emotions passed through, there was only anger left. Anger toward the mastermind behind the scenes. Ji Yuqi saw his eyes full of hatred and was shocked. For revenge, it was enough for her to become a demon. She couldn't let her brother live for revenge. She held his face with both hands, looked into his eyes and smiled. Ahan, don't let hatred blind you. You're not a machine of hatred. You're the future of the Ji family. Protect yourself and become stronger, so that those people can't hurt you anymore. Ahan, promise me that you won't dirty your hands. Leave those dirty things to me. You just have to be responsible for your safety. Sister. Ji Yunhan's throat was choked with sobs. His obsidian-like eyes surged with shattered sparkles and translucent light. To him, his sister was like a ray of sunshine that cut through the darkness and shrouded him in warmth. He thought that in his life, there would never be a woman more important than his sister. Ji Yuqi frowned and said sternly, Ahan, promise me. He clenched his fists and said, Okay, I promise you. I promise you that I won't dirty my hands, but it doesn't mean that I'll let those people go. Ji Yuqi's brows relaxed. She stared at his reddened eyes and burst into laughter. Ahan, did sand get into your eyes again? Do you want me to blow it for you? Ji Yunhan's mouth twitched. He looked away and snorted. No need. You're so long-winded. Have you entered menopause early? Ji Yuqi laughed even louder. Ji Yunhan looked at her bright smile and couldn't help but smile. However, he quickly put on a straight face and snorted. He looked like a little brat throwing a tantrum. In the low-key and luxurious office, the huge floor-to-ceiling window was covered by a white veil. The cool spring breeze blew in through the open gap, and the soft sunlight dyed the man behind the desk with a dreamy golden color. His perfect facial features were pure and holy. His slender fingers gently tapped on the desk, and his deep eyes fell on the huge LCD screen on the wall. Although there was no expression on his handsome face, Liang Yu, who was on the other end of the screen, felt an inexplicable sense of majesty. Liang Yu coughed and put on a serious expression. He reported what he had reported to Ji Yuqi to Shenjia. Finally he said, That's all. Young master, do you think we should deal with the Black Flame sect? The Black Flame sect was a medium-sized sect in Ying City. It wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. The current leader was called Su Bingquan. He had a daughter and a son. The daughter was called Su Yanqing, and she was Yi Zhaoxian's current lover. The son, Suzhia, was the next leader of the Black Flame sect. Although he looked gentle and refined, he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Come and see. Hongcha 866. Chapter 822. Of course, Liang Yu did not ask this because he wanted to help the people, but because he was trying to figure out what Shenjia was thinking. He guessed that Shenjia would help Ji Yuqi in secret. But he guessed wrong this time. Shenjia's eyes were calm without any ripples. His voice was clear and cold, just like a high and mighty god. No need. The Black Flame sect will be handed over to Chi-Chi for her to practice. Aze, send 2 people to protect Chi-Chi in secret. His gaze fell on Aze, who was standing in the corner like a block of wood. His cold gaze startled him. If she is hurt in the slightest, punish her according to the gang's rules. A crack appeared on Aze's wooden face. Although he said yes, his heart was bleeding and crying. Young master, you've become bad. For that woman, you're going to use the gang's punishment. Sob 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 sob. Ji Yunhan pretended not to know that Lu Sisi had lied to him. The next morning, he rode his bicycle to pick her up to school as usual. Lu Sisi's eyes flashed when she saw him. She asked tentatively, "Ahan, where did you go last night? After I delivered the wine to the guests, I couldn't find you. I called you but you didn't answer. Did something happen?" Although Ji Yunhan pretended that nothing had happened on the surface, she was, after all, the girl he liked. How could he not feel uncomfortable in his heart? Faced with her hypocritical concern, that kind of discomfort was magnified several times. His fingers dug into his palms to control himself from revealing any flaws. Ahan. He did not speak. Lu Sisi panicked. Did he find out something? Ji Yunhan's deep gaze focused on her. He suppressed many of his complicated emotions. Finally, he pulled the corner of his lips and revealed a smile. I was drinking with a few friends last night and accidentally got drunk. When I woke up, I found that I was already home. It was already early in the morning. I was afraid to wake you up, so I didn't call to tell you. I'm sorry for making you worry. Lu Sisi's face bloomed into 2 bright smiles. It's good that you're okay. Oh right, how did you get home? Ji Yunhan held his forehead with one hand and thought for a while. Then he frowned and shook his head. I can't remember. In a daze, I think someone got me into a car. Or maybe I stopped a taxi myself. I really can't remember. It's okay. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Ahan, it's getting late. Let's hurry to school. Although Lu Sisi was smart, she was still young and inexperienced. She couldn't see the complicated emotions hidden deep in Ji Yunhan's eyes. She still got along with him as usual. On the same day, Ji Yunhan sent Lu Sisi to work at the bar. He sat quietly in a corner with fewer people around. On the surface, he looked quiet and harmless, but in reality, his eyes flashed with the light of prey. He quietly searched for Suja and his 2 subordinates. Unfortunately, the 3 of them did not appear for the entire night. Perhaps, they were also secretly observing him, trying to find out who had saved him last night. Ji Yunhan used the action of drinking coffee to hide the sneer on his lips. After waiting for 3 nights, his prey had finally appeared. Suja saw him and revealed a happy expression. Little brother Ji, I didn't expect to see you again. We had a good chat the last time. I didn't expect you to suddenly feel dizzy and want to go home. What a disappointment. Ji Yunhan laughed heartily. Brother Su, it's my fault. I want to treat you to a drink as an apology. I don't know if the 3 of you would like to do me the honor? The blonde and peach blossom eyes were Suja's subordinates. They looked at Suja subconsciously. Suja laughed loudly. Sure, but you don't know how to drink. I can't bear the accusation of teaching a minor bad things. Ji Yunhan's handsome face flushed uncomfortably. He puffed up his cheeks and said with conviction, I'm already 16 years old. I'm considered an adult. Don't look down on me because I'm young. I can drink a lot. Brother Su, do you dare to drink with me? Suja smiled meaningfully. Why wouldn't I dare? If you can't outdrink me, you're not allowed to cry. Ji Yunhan's face turned red. He thickened his neck and said loudly, You're looking down on me. Let's see if you can still make fun of me after I drink you to the ground. After saying that, he waved his hand heroically. The bartender brought over a dozen beers and placed them on their table. Ji Yunhan took the lead and picked up the bottle cap. As he opened the bottle cap, he boasted without blushing. Just you wait. See if I don't drink all of you to the ground. The blonde and peach blossom eyes sneered, provoking Ji Yunhan at the right time. All right, let's see what you're capable of. Suja looked at Ji Yunhan's action of opening the beer bottle with a faint smile. This kid was clumsy and had almost knocked over the beer bottle several times. It was obvious that he wasn't the type to drink. It would be better if he passed out after drinking so much, lest they drugged him again. Come on, 1 bottle each, let's drink more. Ji Yunhan handed the beer bottles to the 3 of them, and took one for himself. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. Suja sighed and gave a signal to the blonde and the peach blossom eyes. The 3 of them also raised their heads and drank. Suja sighed and sighed. As Suja expected, the first one to collapse was Ji Yunhan. He was lying on the table in a daze, singing nursery rhymes and shouting, "Become Ultraman." He was drunk. Suja and the other 2 weren't any better. Their eyes were blurry and their legs were weak, but their minds were still clear. Suja patted the shoulders of his subordinates and motioned for them to take Ji Yunhan away. Come, little monster, let's continue to drink. Ji Yunhan was carried on Yellowhair's shoulder. He swayed and shook his head as he staggered forward. Yellowhair felt as if his head was about to explode. He was already feeling dizzy. Now he was being dragged and thrown to the ground by this little ancestor. He wished he could throw this little ancestor into the alley. Brat, if you continue to fool around, I'll break your arm. The yellow-haired man cursed as he dragged Ji Yunhan forward. Suddenly, he felt his vision darken, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He had thrown himself forward with too much force and dragged Ji Yunhan to the ground. Blonde, what the hell are you doing? Suja was very dizzy. He took a few steps forward and fell to the ground. The last one with the peach blossom eyes wanted to help Suja up, but his body tilted and he fell to the ground. 3 seconds passed. The 4 people lying paralyzed on the ground were motionless. Suddenly, Ji Yunhan slowly stood up from Huang Mao's back. His pair of dark, cold eyes swept over the 3 people on the ground. He didn't look drunk at all. He was clearly sober. His handsome face looked strange under the dim light. He kicked Suja and the other 2 people, but they didn't move. They were like dead dogs. He sneered. He had added drugs in their beer when he opened the beer bottle. It would be strange if they didn't pass out. He picked up a wooden stick from the roadside and raised it high above Suja's head. Ji Yunhan gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with a fierce light. He forcefully swung the wooden stick downwards. Just as it was about to land on Suja's head, a sudden force appeared and grabbed the end of the wooden stick tightly, preventing him from swinging it downwards. Who is it? He looked back warily. When he saw the person behind him, his pupils constricted and he stammered, "Sister. Why are you here?" Ji Yuqi snatched the wooden stick from his hand and threw it aside. Her delicate and beautiful face was as cold as ice. Her voice was bone-chilling. "Ji Yunhan, what did you promise me?" Just a second ago, Ji Yunhan had been like a demon with a murderous aura all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a helpless big white rabbit. He frantically explained, "Sis, I just wanted to teach them a lesson. I won't take their lives. Really, I won't lie to you." Ji Yuqi stared at him expressionlessly. Her dark eyes were as deep as the ocean, mysterious and dangerous. She took a step forward and her oppressive aura surged towards Ji Yunhan. Her voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Teach them a lesson? You're with them. If something happens to them, you'll be the biggest suspect. Do you think they're not ruthless enough to deal with you?" Ji Yunhan shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. "Hee, sister, I've already planned for your smart brother. I've drugged their wine. Under the influence of the drug, they'll forget what happened after they got drunk. I'll beat them up and stuff a wooden stick in the hands of the blonde and Suja. I'll create the illusion that they're fighting amongst themselves after they got drunk. After that, I'll use the trick of injuring myself and pretend that I'm injured too. They won't suspect me." Deep down, Ji Yuqi felt that his method was feasible, but there was always a possibility. What if Suja and the others suspected Ahan and intensified their attacks on him, or even endangered his life? What should she do? She wouldn't allow any danger to exist. She was silent for 2 seconds. "Ahan, you should go home first. I'll take care of the rest." Ji Yunhan's expression changed and he said anxiously, "Sister, I don't want you to help me. You can't dirty your hands." Ji Yuqi laughed softly, "Silly, of course I won't dirty my hands. Don't worry, I've already planned it out." Ji Yunhan still wanted to say something, but Ji Yuqi covered his mouth. She looked at him sternly and said, "That's enough. Hurry up and go home. If you don't leave now, I'll be angry. Ji Yunhan had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Ji Yuqi glanced at the three people lying on the ground. She smirked and there was an indescribable coldness in her eyes. A good show was about to begin. Hey, wake up, you stinky man. Wake up. A woman squatted in front of Suja and slapped his cheeks hard. Suja was in a daze when he felt someone slapping his face. After a while, he felt a burning pain on his face. Damn it, if he caught the person who slapped him, he would definitely dismember his arm. He opened his eyes abruptly and glared fiercely at the person in front of him. Soon his expression changed and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. F***ck, what kind of creature was this? Her eyebrows were thick and black and her mouth was painted blood red. It was as if she had just sucked blood. The thick layer of powder on her face was still falling down, coupled with her curly hair. Was she really a woman? F***ck, her chest was bulging. She was indeed a woman. This woman's taste was terrible. Suju averted his gaze. He couldn't bear to look at the horrifying face. He glanced at the ground. His subordinates were still unconscious and Ji Yunhan was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he had been rescued by the mysterious person again? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but his face remained cold. Who are you? Why are you here? Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 823. The woman crudely rolled her eyes, raised her chin and scolded. What's my name? Why should I tell you? This is my only way home. If I'm not here, where else can I be? I saw you 4 dead dogs lying on the road, so I kindly woke you up. Did I do anything wrong? Get lost, I won't do any good deeds in the future. Suja's eyebrows twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was sure that this vulgar and tasteless woman must be a prostitute. She exuded a vulgar aura from head to toe. He calmed down and grasped the main point of her words. He said coldly, You said that when you came, there were 4 of us. You said that when you came, there were 4 of us? Where is the other person now? The woman rolled her eyes impatiently. Where else could he have gone? I woke him up and stuffed him into a taxi. That bastard didn't have a single cent on him. I wasted more than $50 on the taxi fare. Hey, you're with him, aren't you? Hurry up and return the taxi fare to me. After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand to ask for the taxi fare. Her long and fair fingers were the most attractive part of her body. Suja was extremely irritated. He blamed this woman for being nosy. It wasn't easy to get Ji Yunhan drunk, but he didn't expect her to let him go. He didn't need to be polite to a woman who was at the bottom of society. He glared at her murderously and said coldly, Get lost. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being rude. The woman was so angry that she stomped her feet. You heartless and unscrupulous thing, I saved you, and you dare to talk to me like that? This is the territory of the Black Flame sect, and I have paid the protection fee. Do you believe that I will call the people of the Black Flame sect to chop you up? After the effects of the drug wore off, the yellow-haired man and the peach blossom eyes slowly woke up. They heard the woman's angry roar. The yellow-haired man was still a little confused. He scratched his head foolishly and asked, Brother Zhe, this woman is crazy. She dares to call the brothers in the sect to kill us? The veins on Suja's forehead throbbed. He glared at the yellow-haired man and said, Shut up. Then his gaze fell on the woman. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you 3 seconds. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't even think about staying in this area in the future. The woman was shocked by Suja's fierce expression, but she still stiffened her neck and looked like she was not to be outdone. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Suja said darkly, I'm in charge of this area. Who do you think I am? The woman's eyes suddenly widened, her face filled with fear. People from the Black Flame sect. You know what? Get lost. The woman was startled. She grabbed the handbag that had fallen on the ground and scampered away. Black Suja and the others. Ants noses. Do you think I? Be damned if you. Peach Blossom Eyes also became vigilant and secretly took out the weapon that he carried with him. Little brother, Is there any misunderstanding between us? Suja put on a gentle and refined look. He had a smile on his face, but it was a pity that his face was swollen. It was really strange. The man with the nose ring sneered. It's nothing. I just don't like the Black Flame sect. Brothers, let's go. I'll take responsibility if you kill them. Suja and the other two's faces changed. They wanted to say something, but more than 10 people swarmed them. They had no choice but to take out their weapons to resist. Big brother, what should we do with this woman? A gangster wearing a skull jacket asked the man with the nose ring. The man with the nose ring glanced at the woman who was trembling in the corner with disgust. She's so ugly. Let her go. Hurry up and get lost. The woman ran away in a panic. When she reached the entrance of the alley, she looked back at Suja and the other two who were beaten up badly by the gangsters. Her pale face showed a smug smile. That smile, coupled with her horrifying makeup, looked treacherous and terrifying. She took out a disposable cell phone from her bag and skillfully dialed the police number. The police would arrive in less than 10 minutes and arrest the bastards who were fighting on the streets. After that, the police would discover that Suja was carrying hallucinogens and other illegal drugs. Coupled with the criminal record of the Black Flame sect, even if Suja didn't go to jail, it would be enough for him to suffer. Oh right. The men with the nose ring were from the Longhu gang. The Longhu gang and the Black Flame sect had always been at loggerheads. After this incident, the hatred between them would be even more intense. After calling the police, she put the phone back in her bag. She planned to throw the phone into the river when she passed by the bridge. That way, there wouldn't be any traces left. Even if Suja suspected her in the future, there wouldn't be any way to trace her identity. Who would have thought that the shrewish and vulgar street girl was actually an elegant and noble daughter of a wealthy family? That's right, the street girl was Jiyuchi. She had asked Liang Yu to investigate Suja's whereabouts in advance. She had then revealed his whereabouts to the Black Flame sect's rival, the Longhu gang. Then, without caring about her image, she had disguised herself as an ugly woman and pretended to be a street girl. She would wake Suja up and wash away the suspicion of Ahan. She would stall for time and wait for the Longhu gang to arrive. When the two gangs were fighting to the death, she would then take action and bring them to the police station. Jiyuchi raised her eyebrows. She was quite confident in her plan. Unexpectedly, an arm stretched out from the darkness and quickly wrapped around her waist. She was pulled behind a pile of obstacles. Jiyuchi's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly threw a punch at the person behind her. A hand grabbed her fist, and a low, magnetic voice entered her ears. Chi-Chi, did you have fun? Shin. Jiyuchi quickly stopped her attack and spoke quickly. Why are you here? What did you see? Shinja laughed softly. I saw you teach those 3 bastards a lesson. It seems like Chi-Chi has the potential to be a tigress. Jiyuchi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled slightly. He had seen everything. He had seen her ugly and vulgar appearance. He had seen her scheming and ruthless side. She pushed him away in a panic and covered her face with her hands. Her voice was sharp and there was a hint of fear in it. Go away, don't look. You didn't see anything, you didn't see anything. Chi-Chi, Shinja frowned. He didn't know what she was afraid of. He simply hugged the young woman who was backing away step by step and whispered, the police will be here soon. Let's leave first. Shinjo ignored her struggles and carried her in his arms. He strode towards the car parked on the street. 5 minutes passed and the two of them sat quietly in the car. They watched as the police arrived and took Suja, the man with the nose ring, and the others away. Shinja tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and turned his head to look at Jiyuchi. She had removed the makeup on her face and her fair cheeks were covered with a thin layer of frost. She was bright and cold like the moonlight. Her beautiful long and narrow eyes were deep and calm. She was terrifyingly calm. However, he could smell anger from her calmness. He felt helpless. This young woman had wrapped herself up tightly with a hard shell. She was resistant to anyone who tried to peel off her outer shell to get close to her heart. He felt an inexplicable heartache and wanted to pull her into his arms. However, his gaze met her cold face and he could only control himself. He smiled and asked, "Are you angry?" Jiyuchi snorted coldly. You promised me that you wouldn't interfere in my affairs. What's the matter now? Are you following me? Who said that I was interfering in your affairs? I just missed you, so I tracked your location and came to look for you. Didn't you say that a man should take the initiative? Shinja was calm and his expression was unbelievably gentle. He was a completely different person from the ruthless and ruthless young Master Shin. Aze, who was sitting in the driver's seat, pursed his lips. Hey young master, you've been secretly interfering in Miss G's affairs. Is it really okay for you to lie so shamelessly? Ji-Yuchi thought of something and her face turned red. She glared at him fiercely. You saw me make a fool of myself. Are you happy now? Anyone who saw such a fierce and boorish woman would be traumatized. Shinja's obsidian-like eyes flashed with a smile. His slender fingers fell on her ear, tucking her drooping hair behind her ear. His fingers inadvertently rubbed her earlobe, and his voice was low and sweet. Oh, I'm happy. It turns out that Chi-Chi has so many sides. Ji-Yuchi's face turned even redder as she felt the scalding heat from his fingers. She hurriedly tilted her head to the side to avoid his fingers. Don't you think I looked very ugly just now? She asked in an unforgiving tone. Ji-Yuchi's blushing face and her shy and slightly stubborn gaze were all beautiful scenery that attracted Shinja's gaze. He chuckled softly and his laughter was indescribably pleasant. Although the makeup is a little exaggerated, it has a different kind of charm. No matter how Chi-Chi dresses up, you're still beautiful. Could this be the so-called beauty in the eyes of the pure? Sitting in the front row, Aze thought of Ji-Yuchi's horrifying makeup and couldn't help but shiver. Ji-Yuchi also shivered. She stared at Shinja with a strange gaze and repeatedly said in her heart, This guy isn't Shinja, this guy isn't Shinja. Shinja, who had turned into an evildoer again, she couldn't handle it. Why was her heart beating faster in her chest? Her eyes were round and her expression was strange. She was so cute that Shinja couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ji-Yuchi rolled her eyes at him and decided to ignore him. The enemy was too strong and she would definitely lose if she faced him head-on. So she chose to ignore him. Shinja saw her angry look and felt more amused. His laughter became more joyful. Ji-Yuchi's eyebrows twitched. She slowly closed her eyes and spat out 2 words in her heart. I'll endure it. Chi-Chi, don't be angry. Accompanied by a low and magnetic voice, a finger poked her pink cheek. Aze saw his big boss poking Miss G's cheek with interest through the rearview mirror, and felt uncomfortable. He firmly refused to admit that the man smiling like a wolf grandmother was his big boss. Stop poking, it's going to break. Ji-Yuchi couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly opened her eyes and roared at the smiling man. The man looked serious. It won't break. If you don't believe me, you can try mine. With that said, he grabbed her finger and guided her to poke his cheek. Ji-Yuchi was deeply shocked. My God, please return that arrogant and domineering Shinja to me. This evildoer who can act cute and transform is too cruel. Reality proved that Ji-Yuchi couldn't resist Shinja who could act cute. She was abducted by him and Gigai made supper for him. Then she stayed in his guest room. Awesome novel Xingwu 799. Chapter 824. Even as she lay down to rest and stared at the ceiling, she was still sighing in her heart. Shinja's methods of manipulating her had become even better. In the next room, a certain man who was being nagged by Ji-Yuchi took out a small notebook called Love Notes that he always carried with him and started writing furiously. As the book says, women like cute things and so does Chi-Chi. After he finished writing, he thought of something and added, Chi-Chi is cute when she's being unreasonable. Oh, she's also cute when she's angry. Ji-Yuchi finished showering and came out of the bathroom. Her cell phone suddenly rang and Ji-Yunhan's anxious voice sounded. Sister, why aren't you back yet? Did something happen? Oh no, she had been so focused on fighting with Shinja that she had forgotten about this matter. She laughed dryly. I'm fine, I'm staying at a friend's house tonight. I won't be going back. Is it a guy or a girl? Ji-Yunhan's voice suddenly became dangerous. Ji-Yuchi was speechless and hesitated whether she should lie. Ji-Yunhan's exasperated voice sounded. You hesitated for a second, it must be a guy. Sister, you have a boyfriend again? What did he mean by having a boyfriend again? She had always been single. Ji coughed and hurriedly said, "Don't make wild guesses, it's a girl." "Oh yes, Ahan, I sent Yi Zhaoxian and the other two bastards to the police station. You have to be careful during this period. I'm worried that Yi Zhaoxian will find someone else to deal with you." Ji tried to change the topic. "Okay, I got it. Sister, you're really amazing. When you come back tomorrow, you must tell me how you did it." He changed the topic and returned to the previous topic. "Sister, are you really staying at a girl's house? You're not lying to me?" What a stubborn guy. Ji supported her forehead with one hand. "Of course, where else would I be?" Chi. Ji jumped up from the sofa in shock. Shenjia, he had actually pushed the door open and entered. "Sister, why do I hear a man's voice on your side?" Ji Yunhan secretly grinded his teeth. His sister actually deceived him. Ji quickly threw herself on Shenjia and covered his mouth with her left hand, stopping him from saying what he was about to say. She then laughed dryly at the person on the other end of the phone. "Ahan, it was my friend's brother who was talking just now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Bye-bye." Before Ji Yunhan could say anything, Ji quickly ended the call and let out a long sigh of relief. Ji felt an itchy friction under the palm of her left hand. She looked up abruptly. Shenjia looked at her innocently. His beautiful eyes blinked, indicating that her hand was still covering his face. Ji quickly retracted her hand. "I'm sorry. Why are you looking for me?" Shenjia's eyes were filled with resentment and his voice was quiet. "I'm just your friend's brother?" She smiled ingratiatingly. "I'm just lying to my brother. Don't mind the details. I'm just your friend's brother." He was like a repeater, repeating himself again and again. His eyes were filled with resentment, which made Ji feel guilty. She comforted him awkwardly. "Don't mind it. I'm just saying it casually. At most, I'll introduce you to Ahan next time." Hearing this, the resentment on Shenjia's face disappeared. His eyes were curved, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "Are you introducing me to him as your boyfriend?" Ji opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She smiled bitterly and said, "Shenjia, stop joking around. Let's be serious. Why were you looking for me just now?" The smile on Shenjia's handsome face gradually disappeared. His dark eyes stared deeply at her, and the aura around him changed. He was cold and domineering. This was the Shenjia that Ji was familiar with. He approached her, and his tall and straight body made her feel oppressed. His gaze was focused and aggressive, and his expression was solemn and dignified. It was as if he was making an oath. He said slowly, "Chi, let's date. I want to be your boyfriend and your husband." This was what he wanted to say to her when he came to her room in the middle of the night. His Chi was too beautiful. If he didn't make it clear early, he would regret it for the rest of his life when she was abducted by another man. He wanted her to understand that his feelings for her were serious. It wasn't ambiguous, nor was it a joke. It was true love. Ji trembled and stared at him in disbelief. How could it be? In her previous life, Jiang Tianhao only confessed to her the day before her wedding. Only then did she know that he had loved her for a long time. In this life, she even thought that he wouldn't like her because she was ugly. She didn't expect that he would still like her and confess to her so early. She shook her head. No, this wasn't logical. Things shouldn't be like this. Shenjia saw her shaking her head blankly, and thought that she refused to accept his feelings. His eyes darkened and his thin lips were tightly pursed. His handsome face looked even more handsome under the light. He was like a god who was high up and couldn't be profaned. However, no one could see the sadness in his heart through his eyes. In his life, she was the first woman who had moved his heart. It was very likely that she was the only one. He loved her, but she didn't like him. That kind of heartache was hard to describe. He took a step back. His extremely handsome face was cold and aloof. There seemed to be a gap between the two of them. She stood on the other side and watched him leave indifferently. He didn't even look at her. Ji suddenly recalled the nightmare she had that night. He had also left her heartlessly just like that. A huge wave of panic suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart. It was like a tide that drowned her, suffocating her. With a bang, the door slammed shut. She was the only one left in the empty room. Her body was cold and her heart gradually lost its warmth. She squatted down and buried her head between her cold knees. She murmured as if in a dream. Sure enough, you were just saying it. If it wasn't just saying it, why did he suddenly leave so heartlessly? Shinja, you won't come back, right? This is good. At least I won't be a burden to you. But why does my heart feel so uncomfortable? It's like someone has cut it with a knife. It hurts. The man in the world who was infinitely tolerant of her had finally left her. Was she going to face endless darkness alone again? Her knees were wet, and tears fell from between her fingers. They splashed onto the wooden floor, and soon left a puddle of water on the floor. She didn't know how long she maintained this position. Eventually she fell asleep in a daze. In her dream, someone gently picked her up from the ground. His broad and warm chest made her feel at ease. She subconsciously hugged the person and murmured in her sleep, Shinja. Shinja lowered his eyes and stared at the little girl in his arms. She was as obedient as a kitten. Her usual disguise had been removed. Her two chubby paws were wrapped around his waist. Her tear-stained face revealed a sweet smile. His slightly tense lips relaxed a little. His deep eyes surged with complex emotions. He murmured, sure enough, I still can't let go. Since that's the case, why should I let go? Chi-Chi, in order to get you, even if I have to fight with the heavens, so what? Ji-Yuchi woke up leaning on the soft quilt. Seeing the unfamiliar room, she thought she was still in a dream. She closed her eyes and opened them forcefully. Last night's memory instantly came back. She sat up in a daze with the quilt in her arms. After a long time, she sighed silently. She knew that she had fallen asleep on the floor last night. Shinja must have carried her back to the bed. Shinja, can we still go back to the past? After washing up, Ji-Yuchi changed her clothes and went downstairs. A stern old man in a tuxedo came up to her. Ji-Yuchi recognized him. He was the butler of Shinja's villa, Uncle Lin. He looked stern on the outside but was actually very kind on the inside. Miss Ji, good morning. Your breakfast is ready. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Ji-Yuchi paused and said, Shinja, has he gone to the office? Yes, young master instructed me not to disturb your rest before he left. Ever since Shinja moved out of the Shin family mansion, Uncle Lin had been by his side to serve him. He even followed Shinja when he went abroad to study. In his heart, this young master was like his son. He was very clear about Shinja's feelings for Ji-Yuchi, and hoped that they could be together. Hence he intentionally or unintentionally said some things to matchmake them. For example, Miss Ji, young master has been introverted since he was young. He has never dated a girl, and doesn't know how to get along with a girl. He may be cold sometimes, but his love is definitely not lacking. Ji-Yuchi's smile stiffened. She didn't know how to answer. Miss Ji, young master specially bought a lot of books about the psychology of girls in love for the sake of dating. Have you noticed that he is changing every day? He is becoming less and less like the cold young master of the past. Ji-Yuchi's smile cracked. So that was the case. No wonder Shinja was becoming more and more devilish. It was all because of those messy books. Her resistance to him was getting weaker and weaker. Uncle Lin was worried that Ji-Yuchi would misunderstand, so he added, Of course, this is only for you. When facing other women, young master's attitude is still as cold as before. Uncle Lin, you really didn't have to add that sentence. Ji-Yuchi's cheeks flushed red in embarrassment. She interrupted Uncle Lin's endless chatter. Uncle Lin, thank you for telling me all this. But can you let me eat something first? I'm so hungry. Uncle Lin's face was solemn. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. I'll bring you some food right away. Even when Ji-Yuchi got into the car to go home, Uncle Lin's words still echoed in her ears. He said, Miss Ji, young master likes you very much. I've never seen him work so hard to change himself for someone. Miss Ji, if you also like young master, can you not disappoint him? There are very few people in his life that he can trust. It was these words that made Ji-Yuchi's eyes sting. She almost cried. What did Ji-Yuchi do to deserve such deep love from a man? She had already owed him so much in her previous life. Was she going to owe him again in this life? In her previous life, She had been filled with guilt towards him. In this life, she only wanted to make it up to him and protect him. She had never seriously considered her feelings for him. Was she responsible for him, or did she like him? Jiyuchi's mind was in a mess. She massaged her throbbing temples. She was indescribably frustrated. Before she could come to a conclusion, the car had already stopped outside the Ji family villa. After Jiyuchi got out of the car, she thanked the chauffeur that Uncle Lin had arranged for her and walked slowly towards the door. Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 825. As soon as she stepped through the door, a handsome and familiar face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. His deep eyes were filled with complex emotions as he stared at her. Yuchi. Jiyuchi leaned slightly to the side to avoid Jiang Tianhao's outstretched hand. She smiled and said, "Senior, are you here to take Zissou out to play?" Jiang Tianhao's body stiffened, and a touch of bitterness appeared between his brows. "Yuchi, I heard that you stayed out last night. Do you have a new boyfriend?" Jiyuchi widened her eyes in disbelief as if she couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Soon, a touch of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She stubbornly raised her chin and pretended to be cold as she said, "We've already broken up. Do you think you still have the right to interfere in my affairs?" "Yuchi." Jiang Tianhao held her hand emotionally. "How can you say that? You know that I like you." "I had no choice but to." Jiyuchi broke free from his hand. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with sadness. She turned her head away and didn't dare to look at him. She said in a dry voice, "Isn't it too late to say this now? You're already Zis's fiancé and my brother-in-law. Between us, let's just leave it at that." After saying the last few words, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She suddenly pushed him away and ran in the direction of the stairs. On the stairs, she happened to run into Yi Zissou, who was beautifully dressed. Yi Zissou pretended not to see her talking to Jiang Tianhao. She affectionately called out, "Sister Qiqi, I'm going to a class reunion with Tianhao. Do you want to come?" Jiyuchi avoided her burning gaze and forced a smile. "No need. I am not feeling well. You guys have fun." With that said, she immediately brushed past Yi Zissou and ran upstairs. Soon after, Yi Zissou heard the loud sound of the door closing. She raised her eyebrows proudly. Sure enough, Jiyuchi still liked Senior. This was even better. If she had fallen into depravity because of a setback in their relationship, how wonderful would that have been? Jiyuchi's obviously sad but pretending to be strong hovered in Jiang Tianhao's mind. He clenched his fists and watched her leave with a deep gaze. When he saw Yi Zissou's figure, the corners of his lips curled, and a warm smile appeared on his gentle face. Even though she had seen it many times, Yi Zissou's heart still raced when she saw his smile. She smiled shyly and held his arm. She said softly, "Tianhao, I'm ready. Let's go." "Let's go." "All right." Jiang Tianhao's lips curled beautifully. When he held her arm and left, he secretly glanced in the direction of the stairs. The woman had long disappeared. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss and an uncontrollable anger. She did not return last night. She must have been with another man. Since she liked him, why did she accept another man? A thought flashed through his mind. As if struck by lightning, he suddenly froze in his steps. Could it be that he had already fallen in love with Jiyuchi? Impossible. He would never fall in love with the daughter of his father's murderer. Yi Zissou also stopped and touched his face worriedly. "Tianhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well." Jiang Tianhao suddenly came back to his senses. Yi Zissou in front of him was gentle and lovely. Her delicate face was full of worry. He pursed his lips and habitually curled his lips. "I'm fine. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Let's go. Let's not delay any longer." Yi Zissou uneasily grasped his arm. "Are you really fine? Why don't we not go to the party? I'll accompany you home to rest." The smile on Jiang Tianhao's face became natural. He raised his hand and stroked her hair. "I'm really fine. It's rare for us to get together with our high school classmates. We can't disappoint them." "All right then. I'll listen to you." Yi Zissou leaned on his arm like a little bird. Her lowered eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness. Tianhao lost his composure just now. Was it because of Ji Yuqi? Was he putting on an act for her? Or was it all real? In front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, Ji Yuqi coldly watched the couple leave arm in arm. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. Jiang Tianhao, did he think that he was a Casanova and that every woman had to like him? Just wait and see. She would let him know his worth. Miss Ji. A cold voice came from behind her. Ji Yuqi's eyes narrowed. Qingsang had actually avoided the Ji family's security system and quietly sneaked up behind her. She was indeed the person sent by Shenjia to protect her. She turned around and smiled. Qingsang, have you completed the mission? A faint smile appeared on Qingsang's frosty face. It was as if the ice had just melted. It was dazzlingly beautiful. She took out a folder from her black tights and handed it to Ji Yuqi. I finally caught it yesterday. There's a video of Chen Tingfang and Yi Zhaoxian checking into a hotel room, as well as photos of them meeting each other, she said coolly. Ji Yuqi didn't take the file in her hand. Instead, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged her. Thank you for your hard work, Qingsang. Qingsang's body stiffened. She was stunned. She had never had physical contact with anyone before. So this was what it felt like. It was soft and warm. Hey, are you okay? Did I scare you? Ji Yuqi laughed out loud and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Qingsang's snow-white face was stained with a layer of red. Her eyes flashed a few times, but she quickly regained her composure. Everything is in the file. Do you have any other instructions? Don't be so boring. Call me Yuqi in the future. Ji Yuqi laughed heartily and patted her shoulder. Qingsang's lips twitched slightly. She replied expressionlessly, yes. Ji Yuqi smiled and shook her head. She opened the safe in front of her and took out a small USB flash drive. This is the evidence of Sujia's crimes that I asked Liang Yu to collect. Find a way to hand it to the police. I want Sujia to never step out of prison again. In her previous life, Sujia had seduced her brother into the path of womanizing and taking drugs. In the end, her brother had been controlled by the Black Flame sect and died in a fight between the Black Flame sect and the Dragon Tiger gang. In this life, she wanted Sujia and the Black Flame sect to pay the price. Qingsang carefully kept the USB flash drive. Her face was expressionless, but her heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect young Master Shin to transfer Liang Yu to Ji Yuqi. It seemed that Ji Yuqi was very important to young Master Shin. Qingsang came and left quietly. Her martial arts skills were amazing. Ji Yuqi could only be envious of her. She didn't seem like she was born to practice martial arts. Although she practiced hard every day, she could only deal with ordinary martial arts masters. If she were to meet an international mercenary like Qingsang, she could only wash her neck clean and wait for death. Ji Yuqi opened the file and took out a CD as well as several photos. The photos were very clear. There were photos of Chen Tingfang and Yi Zhaoxian holding hands, and there were also photos of them kissing passionately. There were even photos of them rolling around in bed. TSK, the scale was very large, and the colors were very dazzling. As for the CD, it was even more colorful. The two of them changed several positions. They were like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Ji Yuqi watched it as if she was watching a movie. Her expression didn't change. Of course, her main purpose was not to watch the content. Her main purpose was to listen to what they said while rolling on the bed. In the CD, Yi Zhaoxian hugged Chen Tingfang and murmured, Ji Yunhan was taken to a hotel by Aja a few days ago. Unexpectedly, a mysterious person suddenly appeared and rescued Ji Yunhan. According to Miss Yao Mei that night, she didn't see anything clearly. She was knocked out by a red thing. Do you have any thoughts about that mysterious person? Chen Tingfang lay on his chest. Her eyes were still filled with a unique charm after sex. She frowned. I can't guess. That person can't be Ji Yuqi, Yi Zhaoxian sneered. Are you stupid? Ji Yuqi is just a delicate Mississippi. She doesn't know any martial arts, not to mention rescuing someone under Aja's nose. The last time we kidnapped Ji Yuqi and she escaped, I suspected that she had someone backing her. This time, I'm even more certain that the person behind her is really powerful. He can even guess what we want to do. The man's eyes narrowed dangerously. There was a malicious glint in his eyes. Chen Tingfang agreed with his thoughts. Her expression became more serious. She thought for a moment and said, "Things have already come to this. We can't give up. No matter who is behind her, I have to get rid of them. When the time comes, the Ji family's assets will be ours." Yi Zhaoxian rubbed her face with a half-smile. "Baby, it's no wonder people say that a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Ji Bowen treats you so well. Do you have the heart to deal with him?" Chen Tingfang obviously knew that he was testing her. She sneered. "He treats me well? He only has the dead Su Meiyu in his heart. No matter how well I do, he won't acknowledge me. He won't treat me as his wife. I must have been blind to have married him back then." Yi Zhaoxian chuckled. "Then were you blind to have married me back then?" Chen Tingfang glared at him. "It's good that you know. I've been screwed over by you two stinky men. You were careless with your investments back then. You didn't know the right person and caused the company to go bankrupt. We're in debt. We're being chased by loan sharks every day. Have I ever complained? You actually want to mortgage me to the creditors." The more she spoke, the angrier and sadder she became. Tears fell uncontrollably. Thinking back to those inhumane days a few years ago, it was really a kind of torture. In the end, she was so angry that she asked her declining family for help. Finally, she divorced Yi Zhaoxian and returned to her family with her daughter. Later, she reunited with Ji Bowen, and the two of them continued their relationship. She did live a happy life for a period of time, but life couldn't be perfect. She found that Ji Bowen was still hiding his dead ex-wife in his heart, which was hard for her to accept. When Yi Zhaoxian went bankrupt, Chen Tingfang was afraid of being poor. So after she married Ji Bowen, she habitually took money and squandered it. She used money to prove her value. He was very frugal and couldn't stand her extravagance. He told her not to play cards with those rich women all day, but she had nothing to do and he didn't accompany her. If she didn't play cards or have fun, how could she pass the time? In addition, as someone's stepmother, Ji Bowen often suspected that she didn't treat the child well, causing her mentality to gradually become twisted. All she thought about was how to seize the Ji family's wealth and no longer relied on those men. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 826. Yi Zhaoxian saw that the more she cried, the more upset she became. He quickly hugged her tightly and patted her back to comfort her. "Honey, don't cry. It's all my fault. Isn't it all in the past now? Don't think about the past anymore, okay?" Chen Tingfang glared at him angrily. "Don't think I don't know that you're trying to get close to me for money." Yi Zhaoxian felt wronged. "Honey, aren't you accusing me wrongly? I really missed you. That's why I met you. Don't talk about money. It's hurtful." Chen Tingfang sneered. "Fine, let's not talk about money. If Suzhou is not reliable, I won't give you a single cent of the 500,000 we agreed on." After she finished speaking, she got out of his arms and stood up to leave. Yi Zhaoxian grabbed her arm and pulled her back into his arms. "Honey, don't be like this. Suzhou is only willing to work for me because of the 500,000. If he doesn't receive the money and tells his sister about it, we'll be asking for trouble. Isn't Su Yanqing your woman? You should deal with her. You're so capable. Don't tell me you can't even deal with a woman?" Chen Tingfang felt upset at the mention of Su Yanqing. What was so good about that woman from the underground organization? Why did Yi Zhaoxian fall for her? "Honey, can we not be jealous of her? Between me and her, we both get what we want. You know that the person I truly love is you." Yi Zhaoxian hugged Chen Tingfang and comforted her. Chen Tingfang's anger gradually dissipated. Although she was reluctant, she still handed the 500,000 check to Yi Zhaoxian. He was right. If Suzhou didn't get the money, he would definitely not let it go. If the matter was exposed, she would also be in trouble. So it was better to take the money out. A portion of her hard-earned private savings was gone. Chen Tingfang's heart ached. She was thinking of a way to extort more money from Ji Bowen. Although Ji Yuqi couldn't guess what Chen Tingfang was thinking, she could tell from Chen Tingfang's pained expression that she was reluctant to part with the money. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but chuckle. A thought flashed through her mind. and she suddenly thought of a way to cut off Chen Tingfang's financial support. If she didn't have financial support, would she be able to bribe others without restraint? The answer, of course not. In this society, it was difficult to do anything without money was the money. After watching the video and obtaining useful information, Ji began to think about the next step of her plan. She pondered for a long time and finally, a name appeared in her mind. Her fair fingers flew across the keyboard as she searched for information about Gao Qiao Technology Company on the internet. Soon a bunch of news popped up. The latest news stated that Gao Qiao Technology Company was about to acquire Wanxing Entertainment. After the acquisition, Gao Qiao Technology Company would have a 40% market share in the gaming industry and become the leader of the gaming industry. As soon as the news came out, the stock price of Gao Qiao Technology Company rose rapidly. After the acquisition was successful, the stock price would definitely rise crazily. For many investors, this was a rare opportunity. Ji Yuqi's lips curled into a sly smile. She tapped her fair fingers on the table. Gao Qiao Technology Company, this is it. After confirming the target, she quickly made a copy of the video of Chen Tingfang's affair and locked it in the safe. It would be useful to take it out at the critical moment. Next, she would be able to get her hands on Chen Tingfang's little treasure. She felt a little excited just thinking about it. As for Chen Tingfang, she was glowing after Yi Zhaoxian's nourishment. However, it didn't last long before her mood turned gloomy. This was because the next morning, she received news from Yi Zhaoxian that Suja had messed up Ji Yunhan's matter. He had also gotten into a fight with the Longhu gang and had been arrested by the police. The police had found a lot of hallucinogens on Suja's body, and he might even go to jail. Chen Tingfang was furious. She had paid Yi Zhaoxian $500,000 yesterday. In the end, things had turned out this way. How could she be happy? More importantly, her little treasury was only going out, not going in. If she couldn't deal with Ji Yuqi, that little b*tch, and Ji Yunhan, that little bastard, she would first be stifled to death by money. Chen Tingfang was very frustrated these few days. Firstly, she was annoyed that the Ji siblings were still in front of her. Secondly, she was annoyed by the fact that she had no money. She was constantly thinking about how to ask Ji Bowen for money. However, every time she came up with an excuse, she had already used it before. She had no choice but to give up on the idea and think about it again. On this day, Chen Tingfang came downstairs and saw Ji Yuqi sitting on the sofa reading a financial magazine. Ji Yunhan was sitting opposite her and playing games. The siblings were chatting casually. Ji Yunhan was playing games and said, "Sister, didn't you used to hate those magazines the most? Why are you reading them with so much interest today?" Ji Yuqi answered without looking up. "What do you know? There are many interviews with successful people in these financial magazines. I can learn a lot from their interviews." Ji Yunhan snorted. "Come on, I think you're just looking for a handsome guy. It's said that the CEO of that company is a handsome guy who can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. However, I think he's just SOO. He's not even as handsome as me." "What nonsense are you talking about? That's called Gaoqiao Technology Company. The CEO's name is Yu Lei. He obtained a double doctorate from Cambridge University in England. He's not even 27 years old this year. He's handsome and capable. I heard that he's going to buy Wanxing Entertainment and become the overlord of the gaming industry. You're still wet behind the ears. You'd better learn from him." Ji Yuqi held the magazine and sighed. She was infatuated with Yulei's photo. She whispered, "This photo is so good. He's so handsome that it's unreasonable." Chen Tingfang snorted at Ji Yuqi's infatuation. However, she was interested in Yulei. Her son-in-law should be a talented, handsome, and rich man. Sigh, what a pity. If only Zissou and Jiang Tianhao didn't have a scandal. "Yuqi, Ahan, I have an appointment with a few friends. I'll go out first. Yigai is at home," Chen Tingfang said with a smile. She grabbed her LV bag and walked out of the house. Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan looked at each other and smiled. They threw the things in their hands on the table at the same time and went upstairs to do their own things. Chen Tingfang went to the beauty salon first. When she was soaking in the hot spring, she met two familiar ladies. They were talking about stocks with a young and beautiful girl. When they saw Chen Tingfang, they greeted her warmly and introduced the young girl to her. Mrs. Chen, this is Miss Qingli. Although she's young, she's a famous investment and financial expert in Hong Kong. Is that so? Miss Qing is really beautiful. Chen Tingfang looked at the young girl with a smile. Something was slowly growing in her mind. Qingli smiled elegantly. Mrs. Chen, you're flattering me. How can I compare to your grace and nobility? Mrs. Lin, Mrs. Li, Mrs. Chen, nice to meet you. I've already soaked in the hot spring, so I won't disturb the three of you. Let's talk again in the future. Mrs. Lin was reluctant to see her leave, but she was going to do the next beauty project. She didn't want to force her to stay. She could only smile and say that they would talk again next time. Chen Tingfang had a good relationship with Mrs. Lin. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but be curious. Didn't you just meet? You can't bear to see her leave so soon? Mrs. Lin smiled and said, You don't know. Just now, Qingli talked to us about investment and financial management. We learned a lot. To be honest, although our family is rich, the money given by our husband is limited. I've long wanted to use my own private money to earn some pocket money. After hearing Qingli's words, I want to invest and buy some stocks. Chen Tingfang's eyebrows twitched. Mrs. Lin's words really hit the nail on the head. She pretended not to care and waved her hand. It's very risky to play stocks. I advise you not to play. Why don't you invest in opening a store and do some small business? Mrs. Lin sneered. Invest in a store? Do you think I'm cut out for business? Maybe the store will collapse in less than a month. She wanted to show off the knowledge she learned from Qingli and said proudly. Qingli analyzed more than 10 stocks just now. She said that the stock with the most potential is Wuxia Technology's stock. Have you heard of Yu Lei? He's the CEO of Wuxia Technology. He's young and has a lot of background. The Yu family is one of the richest families in Hancheng. Wuxia Technology is also the Yu family's business. Hancheng was a neighboring city of Ying City. Chen Tingfang wasn't familiar with the Yu family. However, she thought that her cousin Lu Jianfeng was working in Hancheng. He must know the few big families in Hancheng like the back of his hand. She made up her mind, but her expression didn't show it. She still looked uninterested. Forget it. No matter how good Qingli said it, I still don't dare to try. It'll be troublesome if I lose. Mrs. Lin couldn't be bothered to persuade her again. She started chatting with Mrs. Li again. They were still talking about stocks. It seemed like the two of them were really planning to invest. Chen Tingfang wasn't in the mood to do any more beauty treatments. She finished quickly and walked out of the beauty salon. She asked the driver to take her to the coffee shop she frequented. She chose a seat by the window and stirred the coffee in her cup with one hand, and made a call with the other. Cousin, is it convenient for you to answer the call now? The man on the other end of the phone was inspecting the construction site with a group of subordinates. When he received the call, he nodded to his secretary and walked to a place where there was no one. The secretary hurriedly greeted everyone with a smile. President Lu has something to do. Let's continue. Engineer Wang, you said that this building. Lu Jianfeng stopped at a flat area and smiled. With a gentle voice he said, All right, Xiaomin. You can tell me what you want. Chen Tingfang heard his deep and pleasant voice and couldn't help but smile. Cousin, do you know much about the Yu family in Hancheng? The Yu family can be said to be the second largest family in Hancheng. The head of the family, Yu Lindong, single-handedly established the Yu family business empire. They are involved in manufacturing, retail, tourism, and many other business sectors. You can think of them as the Shen family of Hancheng. Of course, the Yu family is still slightly inferior to the Shen family. After all, the Shen family is the largest family in Ying City. Even if they were in two different cities, the Shen family and the Yu family could still be compared. Chen Tingfang could feel the power of the Yu family from his simple explanation. Chen Tingfang's eyes flashed and she continued to ask, Cousin, is there a young master called Yu Lei in the Yu family? At Songshu 566. Chapter 827. Lu Jianfeng nodded. Other than Hancheng, The Yu clan is also expanding towards Ying City. Yu Lei is the eldest grandson of the Yu clan. He took over the Yu clan's business in Ying City as soon as he returned. This young man is quite capable. The Yu clan's future is probably in his hands. While listening to him, Chen Tingfang weighed the pros and cons in her heart. Just as she was about to make up her mind, Lu Jianfeng suddenly said, Xiaomin, why are you suddenly interested in the Yu clan? Cousin, you also know that Zissou is not young anymore. Previously, I saw Yu Lei at a banquet and had a good impression of this young man. I want to set him up with Zissou, so I wanted to get some information from you first. Chen Tingfang did not tell the truth. She did not want her cousin to know that she had used her private savings to invest. She felt that this would make him feel that she was not living well. Chen Tingfang did not think deeply about why she had such thoughts. She had already told the lie out of reflex. Lu Jianfeng did not suspect anything. He had always trusted his cousin's words. He frowned slightly and said, I heard about the scandal that Zissou had caused a while ago even when I was far away in Hancheng. Yu Lei must have heard about it too. I don't think that the Yu clan will accept Zissou. Moreover, Zissou and that guy called Jiang Tianhao are already engaged. If you change your mind, it will only affect Zissou's reputation. Don't think so much. Just let the two of them be together. Alright, I know. I just want to find a better man for Zissou. Chen Tingfang's aggrieved voice sounded. Lu Jianfeng's handsome face could not help but reveal a smile. He said gently, I haven't done anything yet, but you're the one who's aggrieved. Why are you getting more and more childish? I really don't know what to do with you. Who asked you to be my cousin? Chen Tingfang smiled charmingly and acted coquettishly without restraint. At this moment, she was like a teenage girl with an indescribable beauty. After ending the call, Chen Tingfang finished the coffee in her cup in a good mood. Now, she had proven that the Yu clan was indeed very capable. As long as she could prove that Gaoqiao Technologies' acquisition of Wanxing Entertainment was foolproof, then she would only gain and not lose money in buying Gaoqiao Technologies shares. Chen Tingfang turned her head and looked out the window. How could she obtain insider information to prove that the acquisition of Gaoqiao Technology was foolproof? Yes, Zhong. Don't ask why. Just buy it. That's right. 1 million. All for Gaoqiao Technology. Gaoqiao Technology. These words suddenly poured into her ears. Chen Tingfang suddenly turned her head to look at the source of the voice. 2 tables away from her, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a mobile phone in one hand and moving the keyboard with the other. From his side view, he was very focused on the computer screen, as if there was something on it that attracted him. Chen Tingfang retracted her gaze, but her mind was still there, eavesdropping on the man's phone call with all her attention. The man suppressed his anger and growled. Just do as I say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? All right, it's not convenient for me to talk now. Hurry up and buy the shares. If you delay my business, I'll fire you immediately. Pa. The man seemed to be angry. He slammed the laptop shut, then put away the laptop and mobile phone. He glanced at his watch and hurriedly disappeared from the door of the coffee shop. Chen Tingfang quickly stood up and walked out of the door. She didn't know why, but she had an impulse to find out the man's identity. She got into the car and ordered the driver to follow the man's BMW. When she followed the man to a building with the sign, Wanxing Entertainment, she saw Miss at the front desk being polite and respectful to the man. She suddenly understood. However, she still couldn't believe it. After the man walked into the elevator and went upstairs, Chen Tingfang quickly walked to the front desk and asked with a smile, Miss, was the person you were talking to just now an employee of Wanxing Entertainment? Miss at the front desk smiled politely. Yes, he is our company's finance minister. May I ask why you are looking for our minister? Nothing, thank you. Chen Tingfang tried to suppress her wildly beating heart and turned to leave calmly. After Chen Tingfang's black car drove away from the building, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase walked to the front desk with steady steps. He placed the envelope with cash in front of Miss at the front desk and smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Miss at the front desk smiled sweetly. She could get $10,000 just by telling a lie. Where else could she find such a good deal? She didn't expect that because of her lie, another person would lose a lot of money. Liang Yu pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose with satisfaction. Like a successful person, he carried his briefcase and walked out of the building. Under the sunlight, his slender fingers holding the phone were beautiful. Miss Ji, everything went well. Ji Yuqia. He admired this woman more and more. She was actually able to see through the Yu clan's twists and turns, and came up with such a complicated scam. Moreover, she was able to predict Chen Tingfang's personality perfectly. This woman was not simple. Only a man like young Master Shin would be worthy of her. Liang Yu raised his eyebrows and a smile flashed through his starry eyes. He was indescribably elegant. Sister, what the hell are you doing? Ji Yuqi suddenly became interested in finance these days. She held the computer and read the news every day, which made Ji Yunhan confused. Ji Yuqi raised her head and smiled mysteriously. Ahan, let's register a company abroad. Ah, sister, are you having a fever? Ji Yunhan threw himself in front of Ji Yuqi and put his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Go away, I'm being serious with you. Ji Yuqi pushed his hand away and told him the plan to deal with Chen Tingfang seriously. Finally, she said, I asked Qing Sang and Liang Yu to induce her to buy the shares of Gao Qiao Technology. With her character, she will definitely lose everything. The reason why I want to set up a company is, she told him her plan. Ji Yunhan opened his mouth wide and looked at her as if she was an alien. Finally, he came back to his senses and said, Sister, you're playing a big game. Are you sure it will go as you wish? Of course. Ji Yuqi just gave an affirmative answer without further explanation. She couldn't tell him that she was reborn and knew a lot about Gao Qiao technology. Therefore, Ji Yuqi changed the topic. Ahan, have you solved the problem between you and Lu Cece? Ji Yunhan's face darkened at the mention of this. He ran his fingers through his hair impatiently. I don't know what to do. Until now, she still won't tell me the truth. Ji Yuqi patted him on the shoulder. Do you still like her? Ji Yunhan froze and fell silent. After a while, he said indifferently, I do, but it's impossible between us. Ji Yuqi said softly, Ahan, you're a man now. No matter what decision you make, sister will support you. But don't let yourself regret it. Ji Yunhan sat alone on the sofa and spaced out for a long time. After some time, he suddenly jumped up, grabbed his car keys and ran out the door. The lake was covered in green grass. Weeping willows brushed across the surface of the lake, creating ripples. A young man and a young woman looked at each other as they silently strolled along the lakeside path. When they reached the end of the lakeside, Ji Yunhan sat down on the ground and gazed into the distance at the sparkling lake. Lu Cece hesitated for a moment before sitting down next to him. Cece, Ji Yunhan was still looking at the lake and said calmly, Do you still remember the first day of school? Lu Cece sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Although she didn't understand why he brought up the past, she still smiled and answered cooperatively, I remember. The first day of school, you went to the school to register yourself. You couldn't find the academic affairs office, so I led you there. Yeah. Actually, I fell in love with you back then. Ji Yunhan's lips curved slightly. He looked into the distance with nostalgia, as if he wanted to see the past. Lu Cece was slightly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. Her dark eyes were filled with sorrow. Ji Yunhan's expression became lonely, and his tone was so lonely. It was a mistake from the beginning. Since it's a mistake, let's let it go back to its original place. Cece, let's break up. Even though she had imagined the scene of him breaking up many times and tried hard to tell herself not to be sad and cry, when she really faced it, tears couldn't help but flow out of her eyes. Lu Cece turned her head in a panic. She didn't want him to see her tear-stained face. She tried to keep her voice cold and calm. Okay. You already know, right? Ji Yunhan clenched his fists and slowly closed his eyes. He forced himself not to look at her sad face. His voice was very low. That's right. I don't want to blame you. After all, you have your difficulties. Actually, as long as you trust me a little more, many problems can be solved. For example, money problems weren't difficult for him at all. At most, he would sell the antiques his grandfather had left him to help her pay off her gambling debts. Unfortunately, Lu Cece was too arrogant. She thought she could solve everything, but she didn't expect to personally push the person who loved her into the abyss of pain. Cece, do you know what they plan to do to me? If you knew that I was about to fall into the abyss and be tainted with sin, would you still give me to that group of demons? Cece, I hate you for lying to me, but I hate you even more for not trusting me. If you had trusted me a little more, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation. His eyes, which had been dry, became moist because of the pain in his heart. Ji Yunhan didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that if he did, he would expose his weakness. Lu Cece hugged her knees and buried her head in them. Her tears had already wet her clothes. Ji Yunhan stood beside her and placed a bank card at her feet. He said, "There's 500,000 in here. The password is your birthday. Goodbye, Cece." The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The heart-wrenching pain was about to tear Lu Cece apart. She finally burst into tears. Only at the moment of loss did she know how painful it was. She thought that everything was just a scam, but she had already given her heart from the beginning. Ji Yunhan, if I could choose again, I wouldn't let you down again. Ji Yunhan stood on a small bridge in the distance. He looked at the girl crying hysterically by the lake. The pain in his heart was no less than hers. He even wanted to go back a few times, but in the end, he only punched the railing of the bridge. Even if the back of his hand was scratched and blood flowed, he acted as if he didn't see it. A long time later, Ji Yuqi asked him if he regretted giving up on Lu Cece. Attention Songshu 566. Chapter 828. He thought about it for a long time and smiled lightly. He regretted it, but even if he was given another chance, he wouldn't change his mind. Even if he took care of it carefully, a love that had already deteriorated would still die early. They had missed each other after all. Qing Sang sent the evidence of Suja's crimes to the police station anonymously. Among them, he had forced women into prostitution and sold drugs. Suja could be sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. When Suja's father, Su Bingquan, received the news, he immediately hired the most famous lawyer in Ying City. He also used his connections to meet the prosecutor in charge of the trial. He wanted to use coercion and bribery to make the prosecutor comply. However, he didn't know that the prosecutor had already received Shunja's promise in advance. As long as the prosecutor handled the case impartially, the Shun family would guarantee the personal safety of the prosecutor and his family. The Shun family had a complicated political relationship and strong power. Since Shunja had made a promise, the prosecutor would of course follow his heart and handle the case impartially. Suja was sentenced to 20 years in prison. When the verdict was announced, the leader of the Black Flame clan, Su Bingquan, fainted. He had a son at an old age, and had hoped that his son would inherit the family business and bring the Black Flame clan to greater heights. He didn't expect that his son would be arrested and sent to the police station and spend the rest of his life in prison. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate him? Su Yanqing was as angry as Su Bingquan. Although Su Yanqing was a woman, she had been in the underworld with her uncles since she was young. She was arrogant and domineering. However, she doted on her younger brother who was 5 years younger than her the most. In front of him, she immediately turned from a tigress to Hello Kitty. Even if her brother wanted the stars in the sky, she would find a way to pluck them for him. Suja's imprisonment was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. She was once a proud woman, but she had become quiet overnight. She knew that the weight on her shoulders had increased. She had to stand behind her father and carry the entire Black Flame sect on her shoulders. On the day of the verdict, Ji Yuqi wore a pair of sunglasses and sat in the corner of the gallery. She witnessed the scene of Su Bingquan fainting, and also the scene of Su Yanqing's tears rolling down her cheeks. Her dark eyes, which were covered by the sunglasses, flashed with a fanatical light. Her fingers clenched the seat tightly. Yes, that's it. Suffer for your loved ones. Otherwise, how can you understand my pain? The crowd in the courtroom dispersed. Ji Yuqi walked down the empty corridor and gazed at the exit in the distance. A faint smile crossed her lips. It was time to take out that thing and add another shackle to Chen Tingfang's overburdened body. "Miss, your express delivery." An underling knocked on the door and placed a package on Su Yanqing's desk. Su Yanqing pinched her eyebrows and waved her hand to dismiss him. This was a mysterious express delivery. There was neither the sender's name nor the sender's address. If it weren't for the thin envelope, she would have been worried that there was a bomb inside. She hesitated for a second and quickly opened the envelope. She took out a CD from the envelope. Su Yanqing frowned and stuffed the CD into the DVD player. After a few seconds, an image appeared on the screen. In a luxurious hotel room, a man and woman were passionately hugging each other, expressing their love for each other in the most primitive way. The disgusting image played in front of her eyes, and the harsh sounds echoed in her ears. Su Yanqing's face became paler and paler. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and almost vomited. She rushed forward and picked up the remote control to fast forward. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she glared at the two people on the screen. "Okay, let's not talk about money. If Suja is not reliable, I won't give you a single cent of the $500,000 we agreed on." "Honey, don't be like this. Suja is only willing to work for me because of the $500,000. If he doesn't receive the money and tells his sister about this, we'll be asking for trouble. Isn't Su Yanqing your woman? You should settle her. You're so capable. Can't you even settle a woman? Honey, can't we not be jealous of her? Between us, we both get what we want. You know that the person I truly love is still you." The words that came out of the couple's mouths were like a raging fire that burned Su Yanqing's heart. It also burned her anger to the extreme. Her eyes shot out anger and resentment. Damned couple, they actually used her. They actually used Aja. If it wasn't for them, how could Aja be in jail? At this moment, Su Yanqing wanted nothing more than to rip out the tendons of that pair of bitches and tear out their throats. Someone knocked on the office door. Su Yanqing, who had lost her rationality due to hatred, was pulled back to reality. She quickly turned off the DVD player and stared expressionlessly at the person who walked in. The person suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help but tremble. He quickly reported his work respectfully. "Miss, our territory in New Street has been taken away by the Dragon Tiger Gang. Do you think we should take it back?" The conflict between the Black Flame sect and the Dragon Tiger Gang had been going on for a long time. However, it was during the fight between Aja and the Dragon Tiger Gang that the Dragon Tiger Gang took advantage of. After Aja was captured, the Dragon Tiger Gang took the opportunity to take over the New Street, causing the Black Flame sect to suffer a huge loss. Of course, this debt would be blamed on Yi Zhaoxian and Chen Tingfang. Su Yanqing's cold gaze didn't waver. "No need. Let's give New Street to the Dragon Tiger Gang. I'll talk to Gao Tianhu personally." The Black Flame sect had suffered a huge loss this time. Other than Suja, a few of their leaders had also been arrested and sent to jail. If they continued to fight with the Dragon Tiger Gang, it would only give them an excuse to plunder. She wanted to use the excuse of peace talks and coexist peacefully with the Dragon Tiger Gang, to buy time for them to recuperate. The little brother responded and retreated. Su Yanqing used the dagger to cut the DVD. The ruthlessness in her eyes was chilling. She laughed coldly. "Yi Zhaoxian, since you dared to betray me, you'll have to pay the price for betraying me. And Chen Tingfang, don't even think about escaping." Perhaps it was because hatred had blinded her. Or perhaps it was because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Yanqing didn't even consider who had sent the DVD to her. Of course, even if she did investigate, she wouldn't be able to trace it back to Jiyuchi. The days were calm and peaceful. Jiyuchi waited leisurely. Everything was going according to her plan. It wouldn't be long before Chen Tingfang was in big trouble. Chen Tingfang was very unlucky that day. Her handbag was stolen by a thief when she was shopping with a few wealthy ladies. Not only did she lose her bank card, she also lost her mobile phone. The items weren't expensive, but it was troublesome to replace them. Fortunately, there was always something that made her happy. The stock price of Gaoqiao Technology was rising. The CEO, Yu Lei, announced on the media that the acquisition negotiations had entered the final stage. Gao Qiao Technology would soon sign the agreement with Wanxing Entertainment. After returning home, the butler passed her a letter, saying that it was from a stranger. Chen Tingfang was curious. She opened the letter and saw that it was from Yi Zhaoxian. Yi Zhaoxian said that Su Yanqing had begun to suspect that someone was behind Su Zhi's imprisonment. It wasn't convenient for him to contact her on the phone, so he had used the most primitive method to contact her. He also asked her to meet at the hotel tomorrow to discuss their next step. Chen Tingfang had been married to Yi Zhaoxian for many years. She could tell that it was indeed written by him, so she didn't suspect anything. She thought about it for a while and decided to meet him. After all, Yi Zhaoxian was still useful to her. On the other hand, Yi Zhaoxian received a text from Chen Tingfang. "Hubby, I want to talk to you about something. See you at the usual place tomorrow. Be there or be square." The next day, at the Galaxy Hotel, Yi Zhaoxian avoided Su Yanqing's subordinates and drove to the Galaxy Hotel. He booked a room and waited for more than half an hour. Chen Tingfang still hadn't appeared, but he didn't take it to heart. She was always late for dates anyway. He simply took a shower and lay on the bed to rest. On the other hand, Chen Tingfang was about to go out for the date when Ji Bowen suddenly called her from the office. Tingfang hurried to the airport. "Wanhua is back." Chen Tingfang was shocked. "Wanhua is back? Why didn't she tell us in advance?" Ji Bowen sounded helpless. "You know Wanhua's character very well. If it wasn't for Qin Xian calling me from abroad, I wouldn't have known that she had arrived in Ning City today. Hurry to the airport and pick her up. Her plane will arrive in an hour." Okay. I got it. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her home." After ending the call, Chen Tingfang was extremely depressed. Ji Wanhua, since you've already settled abroad, why did you come back?" Speaking of this Ji Wanhua, Chen Tingfang didn't have a good impression of her at all. Instead, she was full of resentment. Alright, she couldn't go on a date with Yi Zhaoxian now. She even brought back a jinx. Chen Tingfang was furious. She wanted to call Yi Zhaoxian to cancel the date, but she was worried that Su Yanqing would eavesdrop on his phone and find out that they were having an affair. She could only give up. Anyway, Yi Zhaoxian wasn't stupid. If she didn't show up for more than 2 hours, he should be able to guess that something had happened. Yi Zhaoxian fell asleep as he waited. In a daze, he heard someone ring the doorbell. He sleepily got up, walked to the door and opened it. Without looking at the person outside, he complained, "You're too slow today. I've been waiting for you for more than an hour." "Is that so?" A cold and familiar voice came from outside the door. Yi Zhaoxian suddenly woke up. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Yeah, Yanqing, you're too slow. I almost thought that you didn't see the note I left for you." Su Yanqing's beautiful face was cold. Her cold gaze swept across his body. His white bathrobe was slightly open, revealing his firm chest. Her lips curled slightly and her voice was extremely cold. "I almost thought that you really left me a note." Yi Zhaoxian's heart tightened. He reached out his arm and wrapped it around her waist. He said softly, "I saw that you weren't in a good mood recently, so I wanted to invite you here to relax." As he spoke, he walked into the room with her in his arms. Everything was so natural and honest, as if he wasn't afraid that she would discover any secrets. Su Yanqing only felt that the large palm around her waist was like the tongue of a venomous snake. It was so disgusting that she wanted to vomit. She grabbed his wrist and suddenly exerted force, venting all her anger. She used so much force that even a man like Yi Zhaoxian couldn't bear it. He didn't shake off her hand. Instead, he gritted his teeth. His handsome face was covered with dark clouds. He suppressed his anger and said, "Yanqing, what's wrong with you?" Welfare, Xingwu 799. Chapter 829. Su Yanqing suddenly smiled. That smile was so beautiful that Yi Zhaoxian almost lost his mind. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Say, how long have we been together?" Yi Zhaoxian's heart was beating fast. He knew Su Yanqing's methods. The brighter her smile, the more dangerous it was. He suspected that she already knew about the matter between him and Chen Tingfang. He was already vigilant, but a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. It's been 5 years. If it wasn't because you refused to accept my proposal, you would be my wife now. Your wife? Su Yanqing whispered. A strange smile flashed through her eyes. Isn't your wife Chen Tingfang? She's just my ex-wife. Before Yi Zhaoxian could finish his words, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. A dagger was already pressed against his skin. As long as she used a little force, the sharp blade would cut his throat. His expression changed and he said in a low voice, Yanqing, don't be agitated. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Unfortunately, I have nothing to say to you. Su Yanqing played with the dagger and gestured at his throat. She seemed to be thinking about where to start. Yanqing, don't be like this. If there's a problem, just say it. We can slowly solve it, okay? Yi Zhaoxian was so nervous that his back was drenched in cold sweat. She used a little force and the dagger cut his skin. A sharp pain immediately came. Beads of blood quickly emerged from the wound and flowed down his neck. Su Yanqing laughed in a low voice. Her laughter seemed to come from the depths of hell. It was so gloomy that it made people tremble. A bone-chilling chill drilled into his bones and fear grew in his heart like weeds. She didn't answer his words. Instead, she asked in a low voice, Do you know the consequences of betraying me? Yanqing, calm down. Yi Zhaoxian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, drop by drop falling on the carpet. Su Yanqing laughed softly. The cold dagger moved up and down his cheek. Her warm breath sprayed on his neck. A layer of goosebumps immediately appeared on his neck. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and fiercely bit his aorta. Ah! In the mirror, a woman in red was tightly hugging a man in a white bathrobe. The woman bent over the man's neck and bit hard, causing blood to spurt out. The man struggled violently and howled in pain. The woman moved her left hand and quickly cut his throat with a dagger. The man's painful howls stopped abruptly and disappeared into the black hole of his throat. The man's eyes widened in despair as he watched his own blood staining the white bathrobe. Because he was suffocating, his mouth was wide open. He tried to breathe, but the air escaped from his broken throat and could not enter his lungs. His eyeballs protruded more and more, becoming bloodshot as his life force slowly slipped away. The woman would not let him die so easily. She moved again and stabbed the sharp dagger into the man's chest. The man's body twitched violently, and the light in his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. The woman did not even blink. She quickly pulled out the dagger and moved it under his abdomen. She raised the dagger, and a black thing with blood rolled on the carpet. The man who betrayed me. I want him to be a eunuch in his next life. The woman bit the man's neck and said the last sentence. The man's struggling movements became weaker and weaker, and finally, he stopped completely. Blood dripped down, and the woman suddenly raised her head. Her cold eyes looked at herself in the mirror. Her white cheeks were stained with blood, and there was a kind of cruel beauty. She loosened her hands, and the man fell on the carpet. The white bathrobe had long been soaked in blood. As if it was soaked in blood. Su Yanqing expressionlessly threw away the dagger, walked into the bathroom, and turned on the shower. The cold water poured down from the top of her head, washing away the blood on her body. But it could not wash away the sin on her body. When she changed her clothes and came out, Yi Zhaoxian's body had been taken away, and the carpet had been replaced. Even the smell of blood in the air had been dispelled by the air freshener. Everything was normal, as if there had never been a murder here. Ding, the elevator arrived. Wearing sunglasses, Su Yanqing walked into the elevator. Suddenly, her phone rang. Miss, what should we do with that man? Su Yanqing smiled and said, Feed the dog. The man who betrayed her had only one ending, and that was death. As for that bitch, it depended on her mood. She had planned to send someone to steal Chen Tingfang's phone, use it to send a message to Yi Zhaoxian, and trick Yi Zhaoxian into going to the hotel. At the same time, she would trick Chen Tingfang into going to the hotel under Yi Zhaoxian's name. She would deal with the scumbag man and bitch together. She did not know whether Chen Tingfang was lucky, or she had been prepared for it. She actually dodged the bullet. Thinking of something interesting, Su Yanqing's gloomy eyes lit up with excitement. Su Yanqing thought that she had dealt with Yi Zhaoxian's matter very cleanly. Other than a few loyal subordinates, no one else knew about it. However, they did not know that Qing Sang had already installed a mini camera in the hotel room. It turned out that Ji Yuqi had already predicted that Su Yanqing would take revenge on Yi Zhaoxian and Chen Tingfang. Therefore, she had asked Qing Sang to follow Yi Zhaoxian. After he had checked into the hotel, she had secretly sneaked into his room and installed a mini camera while he was asleep. She had recorded the entire process of Su Yanqing's murder. Su Yanqing, this woman is really ruthless. Ji Yuqi felt a chill in her heart when she saw the bloody scene. She couldn't help but sigh. Even Qing Sang, who was used to seeing dead people, couldn't help but frown. Ji Yuqi decided not to eat meat for 3 days. She rubbed her forehead and muttered, "If Su Yanqing finds out that I was the one who set Su Zhou up, she will definitely want to cut me into pieces. This video is really a treasure." If Su Yanqing were to go against her in the future, this evidence would be a powerful weapon to send Su Yanqing to jail. Ji Yuqi thought to herself that Chen Tingfang was lucky to have escaped death. However, she wasn't willing to let her die so easily. Living a life worse than death was the best torture, wasn't it? The familiar ringtone of the phone interrupted her reverie. She looked at the familiar name on the caller ID, and the corners of her lips curled up involuntarily. Her eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Qing Sang sensibly retreated to a corner to avoid eavesdropping on their conversation. "Chi-Chi," Shenja's deep and magnetic voice entered her ears. Her heart suddenly started to beat faster, and the blood in her body started to boil. She lowered her eyes and her long eyelashes covered the sparkling light in her eyes. She bit her lips and asked softly, "What's the matter?" Shenja was silent for a moment. There was an ambiguous atmosphere between them. Ji Yuqi thought of his confession that night, and her heart beat faster. She wanted to ask him what was the matter, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She could only wait silently. After a long silence, the person on the other end of the phone finally called her again. "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry." Ji Yuqi was speechless. As expected, she shouldn't have had too many fantasies about this foodie. But why did she feel slightly disappointed? Ji Yuqi coughed to cover it up. She deliberately raised her voice, as if that would give her more confidence. "Oh, if you're hungry, then order takeout. I don't have time to prepare lunch for you today." Gulp. There was a strange sound coming from the phone. Ji Yuqi's mouth twitched. "Young Master Shen, do you even know how to take care of yourself?" "Oh, although takeout doesn't taste good and it's not nutritious, I'll listen to Chi-Chi and order takeout." Shenja's voice was calm and calm. It was as if he hadn't made the embarrassing sound just now. Ji Yuqi felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by it doesn't taste good, and it's not nutritious? "Young Master Shen, are you deliberately making me feel guilty? I won't fall for your trick." "However," she replied, Don't order takeout." This miss suddenly realized that there's nothing to do this afternoon. "Do you know how to make kung pao mushrooms?" "Yes. My office building is." The Ji family's villa was at least an hour's drive away from the Shen family's office building. By the time she prepared the food and sent it over, he would probably be so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. She didn't know what he was doing. She muttered to herself, but her heart still ached for him. Ji Yuqi rushed to the kitchen as fast as she could. Fortunately, there were many kinds of ingredients in the kitchen, so the dish Shenja had ordered could be made. In addition, she stir-fried 2 more dishes and boiled a soup. She put it in a lunchbox and hurried out. Ji Yuqi walked into the Shen family's building with the lunchbox. Miss at the front desk saw her, and immediately stood up. She bowed politely. Miss Ji, the vice president is already waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." Ji Yuqi was surprised. It was her first time at the Shen family's company, but Miss at the front desk looked very familiar. What was going on? She didn't know that this was not Miss at the front desk, but Shenja's secretary who was ordered to receive her in the hall. "Okay, thank you." Ji Yuqi smiled. Under the guidance of Miss, they took the elevator to the 56th floor. The secretary led her directly to the vice president's office and knocked on the door. When she heard the person in the office say, "Come in," she opened the door and made an inviting gesture. "Miss Ji, please come in." "Thank you." Ji Yuqi naturally tucked her hair behind her ears and walked elegantly into the office. This was the first time Jiyuchi saw Shinja working seriously. Behind the large mahogany desk, the handsome man sat firmly on the office chair. The gentle sunlight shone through the curtains and shone on his body, outlining his perfect figure. His curly eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his eyelids, and his high nose bridge made him look like a Greek god. His serious expression added to his charm. Jiyuchi was almost mesmerized by him. He suddenly raised his head to look at her, a faint smile appearing on his exquisite face. His thin lips curved slightly, and his voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. "Come here." Jiyuchi seemed to be possessed. Following his command, she couldn't help but move towards him. He stood up. With his back facing the sun, his white shirt looked otherworldly. When she came closer, his slender fingers took the lunchbox from her hand and casually placed it on the desk. Then he opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace. Her soft body leaned against his chest, and her unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A certain empty spot in his heart was instantly filled by her. Shinja curled his lips in satisfaction, and naturally rested his head on her shoulder. His clear voice was filled with longing. "Chi-Chi, I missed you so much." They hadn't seen each other for a few days, but he missed her so much. So this was the feeling of liking someone. Attention Shinwu 799. Chapter 830. Jiyuchi's cheeks flushed red. She hadn't been paying attention for a moment, so when he pulled her into his arms, she didn't feel any disgust. In fact, she even felt a little elated. When she heard his explicit confession, her heart began to beat abnormally faster. She wasn't an ignorant little girl. She understood why she was acting abnormally. She was sure that she had feelings for him. Maybe it was because she had indulged in his gentleness in her previous life, or maybe it was because she was moved by his silent affection in this life. He was like a fool, giving without asking for anything in return. Her heart was unbelievably soft. Since she had recognized her own feelings, there was no need to run away. She slowly reached out and circled her arms around his waist. She leaned her head on his chest and listened to his heartbeat that had suddenly become intense. She smiled sweetly without a sound. "Shinja, that's great. In this life, we won't miss each other again." The smile on her lips suddenly froze. The image of Shinja sitting in the prison visitation room in handcuffs appeared in her mind. She felt an indescribable pain in her heart. She hugged the man in front of her tightly and whispered, "Shinja, promise me one thing. Don't wait for me anymore." Shinja had once said in prison that he would wait for her. Wait until she left Jiang Tianhao's side. "Fool, I'm already dead. You won't be able to wait for anything. Don't wait anymore." Shinja's body stiffened, and his deep eyes suddenly set off a storm. His hands tightly wrapped around her waist, and the anger that gushed out almost drowned her. His voice was extremely cold and heavy. "I refuse." He could feel her tears wetting his clothes. She was like a small animal that had been drenched in the rain. She shivered in his arms and cried, "Shinja, even if you lie to me and say that you won't wait for me anymore." Shinja's body was very tense. His face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. His chest felt like it had been struck by a sharp sword and his heart was in waves of pain. She didn't want him to love her. This thought circled around his mind like a curse. The wind roared wildly and wanted to tear him apart. But he couldn't refuse her pleas. He closed his eyes to hide the pain in them and said word by word, "I won't wait for you anymore." After saying this, his strength seemed to have left his body in an instant. His back leaned against the desk, supporting his body with difficulty. His head was lowered, and his fine black hair covered his eyebrows and eyes. He maintained this position stiffly. Jiyuchi was crying and laughing at the same time. "Shinja, you won't wait for me anymore. Please don't wait for me anymore." Shinja's entire heart was in so much pain that it was numb. His body was as stiff as a stone statue. He wanted to push the woman in his arms away. His palm landed on her shoulder, and just as he was about to exert force, the little girl in his arms suddenly raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, but her red lips were blooming with a brilliant smile. Her clear voice was like the sound of nature. "Shinja, let's be together." Shinja was stunned. thinking that he was hallucinating. The man in front of her had a dazed expression, and his eyes were blurred. It was very different from his usual calm and rational self. Ji couldn't help but laugh softly. The little girl's soft laughter was like a cat's paw, scratching Shinja's heart. It was itchy and numb, and the cold blood in his body gradually flowed back to his heart. His misty eyes regained their coldness, and his handsome face was cold. His voice was hoarse, like an unpolished stone. Are you serious? Ji-Yuchi's tear-stained face smiled even brighter. Under his scrutinizing gaze, she nodded slightly. Her fair cheeks couldn't help but be stained with a thin layer of red. Ecstasy surged in his heart. Shinja was sure that he wasn't dreaming. He pulled her into his arms and supported the back of her head with his hand. His deep voice sounded above her head. Don't think about going back on your words in the future. He sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Ji-Yuchi wanted to laugh again, but at this time, she should be serious. So she bit her lip and held back her laughter. She said seriously, I won't go back on my words for the rest of my life. Shinja's tense body completely relaxed. The soft person in his arms had a fatal attraction, and he didn't want to let go of her for even a moment. Ji-Yuchi poked his firm chest with her fingertips and said softly, Aren't you hungry? If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. A certain arrogant man reluctantly let go of her. Layers of boxes filled with delicious delicacies were neatly placed on the table. Ji-Yuchi scooped a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Shinja. She smiled gently. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Shinja's lips curled up slightly. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fresh mushroom and fed it to her mouth like he was coaxing a child. Open your mouth. Ji-Yuchi blushed and avoided his chopsticks. No, you can eat by yourself. I want you to eat with me. He blinked, his eyes sparkling. Oh, men who acted cute were the most shameless. But a certain woman who was shameless enough to eat the food on his chopsticks, where was her integrity? After the meal, Ji-Yuchi wanted to go home. But Shinja refused and insisted that she stay to accompany him to work. Ji-Yuchi was speechless. She didn't know anything, and she would only cause trouble for him if she stayed. But seeing a certain someone's eager gaze, she could only nod and agree to stay. After the meal, there was an hour of lunch break. The two of them lay side by side on the couch in the lounge. Ji-Yuchi couldn't help but think of the days when he was recuperating in the Gu residence. They also rested together like this. The corners of her lips curled up. She turned her head to look at the man beside her. His burning gaze was also fixed on her. He reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes smiling. The atmosphere was indescribably warm. The office was very quiet. The two of them sat side by side and dealt with their own work. The difference was that Shinja was dealing with documents, while Ji-Yuchi was hugging the computer and playing games. She was worried that she would affect Shinja, so she put on her headset. Her slender fingers held the mouse and clicked on it quickly, making clicking sounds. After Shinja finished reading a document, he naturally turned to look at the person beside him. She was staring at the computer screen with full concentration, seemingly very nervous. Her exquisite and perfect side profile was almost flawless. His eyes flickered for a moment and slowly slid down. Her pink lips were as delicate as a rose. For some reason, he really wanted to taste them. His gaze became more and more intense. A ball of fire seemed to have ignited in his heart, burning him until his whole body felt uncomfortable. Shinja forced himself to retract his gaze, but in the next second he couldn't help but sneak a glance at a certain someone's lips. He quietly moved his butt closer to her and stretched his neck. Just a little bit more. Oh yeah, I won. Ji-Yuchi, who had beaten her opponent to a pulp, excitedly stretched out her arms and shouted. She then turned her head to share her joy with Shinja. Then, a beautiful accident happened. The moment she turned her head, her lips just happened to touch his. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Shinja blinked and blinked again. He suddenly reached out his hand and held the back of her head, closing the distance between them. After Ji-Yuchi recovered from her shock, her cheeks flushed red. She pushed him away in a panic and jumped down from the chair. She was like a frightened little white rabbit as she bounced back. The beautiful touch disappeared, and Shinja touched his lips in disappointment. Ji Yuqi's face darkened. Hey, don't look like you haven't had enough. That was really just an accident. With this accident, Ji Yuqi didn't dare to stay any longer. She felt that the little white rabbit was in danger of turning into a big bad wolf at any time. Well, Shinja, I'll leave you to your work. I'll go home first. After saying this, Ji Yuqi quickly picked up the food box and moved towards the door. Shinja strode forward with his long legs and stopped her in her tracks. His bright smile coupled with his handsome features made him look like a glowing object, firmly attracting people's attention. His well-defined fingers gently stroked the hair by her ear, and his clear voice was incomparably gentle. Chi-Chi, I'm very happy. Ji Yuqi's cheeks started to heat up under his affectionate gaze. She didn't have the courage to give him a goodbye kiss, so she quickly hugged him and released him just as quickly. She playfully waved her hand. I'm very happy too. Bye-bye. Ji Yuqi was in a very good mood. This good mood lasted until she reached home. Her beautiful phoenix eyes curved into crescents. With one hand behind her back, she leisurely stepped into the house. Yuqi, you're back. Quick, take a look. Who's here? Chen Tingfang's enthusiastic laughter sounded in her ears. There were two women sitting on the sofa in the living room. One of them was Chen Tingfang, who was full of smiles. The other woman looked to be in her 30s. She was dressed in a pastel yellow dress and had exquisite and beautiful eyebrows. Her lips curved into a perfect curve. Every smile and every movement seemed to have been programmed by a computer, and was impeccable. Ji Yuqi squealed happily before the beautiful woman could speak. She opened her arms and threw herself into the beautiful woman's embrace. Her eyes lit up with joy. Little aunt, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have gone to the airport to pick you up. Didn't Qinxian come back? Ahan was still talking about him a few days ago. The beautiful woman was Ji Wanhua. She was the adopted daughter of Ji Bowen's second uncle. She had a good relationship with Ji Bowen since she was young. After Yuqi was born, she had married off to America. However, she would return to visit her family every year, so Ji Yuqi and her brother were quite close to her. Ji Wanhua stroked Ji Yuqi's hair. Her smile was still impeccable. You little girl, you're still as noisy as when you were young. Why can't you grow up? Qinxian has to prepare for the entrance exam and can't return to China. He asked me to send his regards to you and Ahan. Ji Yuqi sat beside her and hugged her arm naturally. She asked with a smile, Little aunt, where's my little uncle? Why didn't he come back with you? The smile on Ji Wanhua's face faded. She said calmly, I divorced your little uncle. Ji Yuqi was shocked as if she had heard explosive news. However, her heart was as clear as a mirror. Ji Wanhua had married an American-Chinese man. That man had been doing business in Taiwan for many years, and had raised who knew how many prostitutes. Because the distance was too far, Ji Wanhua had been kept in the dark. In the end, one of the prostitutes came all the way to America with a big belly and knelt in front of her, begging for her approval. Just like that, Ji Wanhua divorced the American-Taiwanese man. The court awarded Qinxian to her. She also had Qinxian change his surname to Ji, completely cutting off all contact with her ex-husband. If things had developed to this point, Ji Yuqi would sympathize with her aunt. She would get close to her and treat her sincerely. However, she didn't expect that Ji Wanhua was also a beautiful snake. She looked close to you, but in reality, when you weren't paying attention, she would viciously bite your throat. Awesome novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 831. Thinking of this, Ji Yuqi's shocked expression turned into one of heartache. She hugged Ji Wanhua tightly and comforted her sensibly. Little auntie, don't be sad. It's little uncle's loss for him to miss you. Little auntie will definitely find someone better. A crack suddenly appeared in Ji Wanhua's calm eyes. The girl's soft body and her arms exuded a faint fragrance, making her feel indescribably irritated. She stiffly stroked the girl's soft hair and said in a very gentle voice, Yuqi, thank you for your consolation. Auntie is very good. I'm not sad at all. Since you don't love me anymore, then be magnanimous and let go. One day you'll understand how auntie feels. Yes, yes. Little Aunt is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Little Aunt, I've missed you so much. Ji flattered as if she didn't need money. She shamelessly stayed in Ji Wanhua's arms and could acutely feel her body tense up. Oh, my dear aunt, I won't lose to you in acting again. Just wait and see. Ji Wanhua patted her back to comfort her and said reproachfully, You silly girl, you're not young anymore. Why are you still staying in aunt's arms like a child? Hurry and get up. You're making a fool of yourself in front of Aunt Chin. Chen Tingfang sat at the side. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the aunt and niece, she gritted her teeth in hatred. She was afraid that Ji Wanhua would help Ji Yuqi, but she maintained an elegant smile on her face and teased meaningfully. How would I dare to laugh? Yuqi is our family's princess. All of us have to revolve around her. Ji Wanhua looked deeply at Chen Tingfang and raised the corner of her lips. Sister-in-law, it's been hard on you all these years. Chen Tingfang was rather flattered. Before she married Ji Bowen had said a lot of bad things about her, and even stopped Ji Bowen from marrying her. Later, when she married Ji Bowen, Ji Wanhua was still picking on her. She didn't expect that after returning to the country, she would become a different person. The divorce must have been a huge blow to her. Chen Tingfang thought of this and her smile became even brighter. She said modestly, Taking care of Bowen and the children is what I should do. It's not hard at all. But you, Wanhua, you're not familiar with the place overseas. You must have suffered a lot. Speaking of this, her face was full of sadness and her eyes were full of concern. She wanted to cry crocodile tears. Ji Wanhua smiled faintly and didn't want to talk about what happened overseas. She subtly changed the topic back to Ji Yuqi and Yi Zissou. The three of them chatted passionately and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Just then Yi Zissou came back. She had already heard from Chen Tingfang that Ji Wanhua had returned to the country. But since Ji Wanhua didn't like her in the past, she didn't show much enthusiasm and only greeted her politely. She didn't expect Ji Wanhua to grab her hand and pat it, praising her. Although Yi Zissou was baffled by the praise, she still maintained an elegant smile and responded politely. After chatting for a while, Ji Wanhua used the excuse that she was too tired and wanted to go upstairs to rest. Ji Yuqi giggled as she held her arm and accompanied her upstairs. The aunt and niece went upstairs happily. Chen Tingfang and Yi Zissou looked at each other and tacitly got up to go upstairs. Soon, the two of them returned to the master bedroom. Mom, what's up with Ji Wanhua? Why is she acting so weird? Yi Zissou stroked the back of her hand that Ji Wanhua had touched. She felt a little creeped out. Chen Tingfang carefully recalled Ji Wanhua's attitude towards her. From the airport to home, she didn't pick on her. Her attitude wasn't friendly, but it wasn't distant either. Chen Tingfang was sure that Ji Wanhua had changed. She smiled slightly and answered Yi Zissou's question. Ji Wanhua wants to please us. Although I don't know why she's doing this, I can tell that she wants to rope us in and doesn't want to be enemies with us. Yi Zissou's eyes widened. How could that be? She used to hate us so much. She can't be up to something again, right? Chen Tingfang thought for a moment and sneered. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If she really has some tricks up her sleeve, we don't have to be afraid of her. She's just an abandoned woman with no one backing her up. What's there to be proud of? Yi Zissou pursed her lips. There was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Mom, we can't underestimate our enemy. Although Ji Wanhua is only Uncle Ji's cousin, I can tell that they're closer than real siblings. If Ji Wanhua badmouths us in front of Uncle Ji, we won't be able to guard against it. Chen Tingfang sneered. She's been badmouthing me in front of Ji Bowen all these years. She has to take responsibility for my relationship with Ji Bowen, becoming so distant. However, that's all she can do. Can she still urge Ji Bowen to divorce me? What a joke. Yi Zissou wanted to say something, but Chen Tingfang interrupted her impatiently. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's the birthday party of the municipal party secretary's daughter, Zhu, in 2 days. She's also sent an invitation to our family. You have to prepare well. Don't embarrass me. Yi Zissou rolled her eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. Mom, Ji Yuqi is coming too, right? Of course. She's the real miss of the Ji family. Chen Tingfang smiled strangely. Last time at the courtyard house, Zhu was used by you to fight with Jiyuqi. The feud between the two of them is getting deeper and deeper. This time, I invited the two of you to the banquet to mediate the relationship. We can't miss such a good opportunity. The mother and daughter were really telepathic and thought of the same thing. Yi Zixu also planned to take advantage of Zhu's birthday banquet to intensify the conflict between her and Jiyuqi. She wanted them to shed all pretense of cordiality and bite each other to death. Yi Zixu blinked happily and hugged Chen Tingfang's arm coquettishly. Mom, do you have a plan? Chen Tingfang's smile widened. Her eyes were full of satisfaction. She whispered a few words in her ear. She beamed and said, Mom, you're so awesome. Chen Tingfang and her daughter were plotting how to embarrass Jiyuqi. Jiyuqi wasn't idle either. She picked up the invitation from the Zhu family and looked at it. She lowered her eyes and pondered. Some memories from her previous life flooded her mind, and the anger hidden deep in her heart began to stir again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she slowly opened them and threw the invitation back on the table. Her fingers gently tapped the edge of the table, and her lips suddenly curved into a smile. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. These days were not easy at all. The smile on her pink lips deepened, but there was no smile in her dark eyes. It was so cold that it made people tremble. In the evening, Ji Bowen came back from the company. When he saw Ji Wanhua sitting on the sofa, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Ji Wanhua went up to him and hugged him with Western etiquette. She smiled and said, Brother, long time no see. Ji Bowen had already heard about Ji Wanhua's divorce from Ji Qinxian. He patted her shoulder comfortingly and said gently, Wanhua, how long do you plan to stay this time? The smile on Ji Wanhua's face dimmed. I plan to stay in the country for 3 to 5 years. I wonder if brother and sister-in-law will welcome me? You're treating me like an outsider. We're a family. You can stay at home for as long as you want. Go out for a walk and see the mountains and rivers. You'll be more open-minded. If you're bored, you can even come to the company to help me. Ji Bowen's face was gentle, and his tone was gentle. He really was an excellent older brother. Ji Wanhua's eyes flashed, and the smile on her lips became more obvious. Brother, I was just about to discuss this with you. I plan to travel all over China, north and south, to see those scenic places. I've been abroad for so many years, so I don't know much about my own country. It'll be a good way to broaden my horizons. Ji Bowen nodded in agreement. That's good too. When do you plan to leave? Do you need someone to accompany you? If you need to buy anything, just leave it to the housekeeper. Ji Wanhua chuckled. I'll leave tomorrow. Since I'm going to relax, of course I'll go alone. I don't need to bring anything. It'll be easier for me to travel light. The siblings talked about traveling. Chen Tingfang, who couldn't get a word in edgewise, was full of question marks. This Ji Wanhua, what the hell was she doing? Traveling? And she wanted to travel all over China? She must be crazy. Jiyuqi, on the other hand, could somewhat understand Ji Wanhua's thoughts. For more than 10 years, she was bound by her marriage and forced to live in a small world. Now that she was divorced and had cut off the shackles on her body, of course she had to follow her heart and travel around. Not only could she heal the pain of her broken marriage, but she could also broaden her horizons. The next day, Ji Wanhua boarded a plane and flew to Tibet, beginning her journey. Meanwhile, the days of the Ji family's turbulent undercurrents continued. On the eve of Zhu's birthday party, the thing that Jiyuqi had been waiting for finally happened. Gao Qiao Technology had a financial scandal. According to media reports, Gao Qiao Technology's financial director, Yu Lianshan, had embezzled millions of US dollars by falsifying the company's accounts. More importantly, this executive had also participated in the conspiracy to falsely report Gao Qiao Technology's earnings of more than 300 million. As soon as the scandal broke out, Yu Lianshan was taken away by the relevant departments for investigation. At the same time, because of the financial scandal, the acquisition of Gao Qiao Technology and Wanxing Entertainment was temporarily put on hold. There were even rumors that Gao Qiao Technology had fallen into a financial crisis. Not only did they not have enough funds to buy Wanxing Entertainment, but they had also pushed themselves into a desperate situation. Although Gaoqiao's CEO Yu Lei came out to refute the rumors in time, he could not stop the shareholders from panicking. Gaoqiao's stock price plummeted, hitting the limit on the day of the market opening. When Chen Tingfang heard the news, her vision turned black and she almost fainted. She had taken out all her private savings to buy Gaoqiao Technology's stock. Didn't they say that the situation was good and the stock price would continue to rise? Why did it suddenly hit the limit? It was her first time playing the stock market. She did not understand it before, so she could only call her investment and financial management expert. The expert was calm and assured her not to panic, saying that the stock market was like that. There were ups and downs, and she had to believe that Gaoqiao Technology was strong enough to turn the situation around. Even the expert could not comfort her uneasy heart. Chen Tingfang did not sleep well the whole night. She applied a lot of concealer to cover her panda eyes. Yi Zissou, who was dressed up and ready to go to the party, saw Chen Tingfang's gloomy face and asked worriedly, "Mom, are you not feeling well? You don't look so good." Chen Tingfang did not tell her daughter about buying the stock. At this time, she was full of frustration and could not tell her daughter. She could only force a smile. "It's nothing. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night." Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 832. Auntie Chen, if you're not feeling well, you can stay at home and rest. Mrs. Zhu and Miss Zhu definitely won't blame you. Ji Yuqi was wearing an aqua blue silk dress and an expensive sapphire necklace around her neck. The two complemented each other and made her look like a mermaid swimming in the deep sea. She was beautiful beyond compare. Yi Zissou jealously glanced at the necklace around her neck. Her smile was warm and gentle. "Sister Qiqi, Mom said that she just didn't sleep well. It's all right." Chen Tingfang's gaze also lingered on the necklace for a few seconds. She smiled slightly and said, "As the madam of the Ji family, how can I simply be absent and let the two of you go alone? That will embarrass the host and make our family a joke. Yuqi, I know that you're doing this for my own good, but you have to think about it more thoroughly." Ji Yuqi's charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled. She smiled and said, "Auntie Chen's teachings are right. I'll remember them. But Auntie, you have to pay attention to your makeup too. Don't let others see that you're not looking well." Using a woman's face and age to talk about things was a sure-win tactic. Chen Tingfang, who had the upper hand in the argument, instantly changed her expression. She resisted the urge to touch her cheeks. The anger in her heart couldn't be extinguished no matter how hard she tried. Then, she thought about the falling stock price. Anger and anxiety intertwined and burned, tormenting Chen Tingfang until she was mentally and physically exhausted. Her complexion became even worse. When the Ji family's car arrived at the Zhu family's courtyard, Chen Tingfang reluctantly adjusted her state of mind. She elegantly led her two daughters to the Zhu family's residence. The municipal party secretary Zhu Qiyo had just taken office this year. He held a banquet in the name of his daughter's birthday in order to build a good relationship with the rich and powerful in Ying City. It would be easier to do things if he had a good relationship with them. If he wanted to achieve something in his position, he had to gain the support of these local tyrants. The Zhu family was also very rich, and the villa they built was exceptionally luxurious. Zhu Qiyo wasn't a child of a poor family. His Zhu family was also a reputable family in the provincial capital. Therefore, there were rumors that Zhu Qiyo came to Ying City for a job. No matter what the rumors were, the rich and powerful families in Ying City had to give him some face. They all brought their wives and children to attend the banquet. Even the eldest young master of the Shen family, who had always disdained such things, came. Zhu Qiyo was very satisfied, but he did not know that Shenja was willing to attend the banquet not because of him, but because of Ji Yuqi. As long as it was an occasion where Ji Yuqi appeared, Shenja did not want to miss it. That was all. Zhu Zhu's fair cheeks were dyed with an unnatural blush. Although she was arrogant, she was not unreasonable. Since Ji Yuqi was willing to give her a way out, she would naturally follow suit. She took the initiative to smile at Ji Yuqi. Let's go, Yuqi. Many of our classmates have already arrived. Let's go meet them together. Okay. Ji Yuqi also smiled in return. The two of them chatted as they walked, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Yi Zixu felt very uncomfortable. She wanted to speak several times, but Ji Yuqi beat her to it and stole Chun Lian's attention. Chun Lian did not even look at her. As for Zhu Zhu, she did not care about her at all. It was as if she was a gift and her only value was to follow behind Ji Yuqi. This realization made her so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Her long nails dug into her palms, leaving deep marks. The hatred in her heart grew deeper and deeper. This also made her determined to teach Ji Yuqi a lesson. The Zhu family's garden was very large. The entire design was modeled after Suzhou's gardens. There were artificial mountains and lakes, as well as pavilions and towers. Guests gathered in twos and threes, drinking and chatting. It was very lively. Zhu Zhu led Ji Yuqi and Yi Zixu to the garden. Under a huge flower rack, there were exquisite wooden tables and chairs. Exquisite pastries, fruits, and all kinds of drinks were freely available. A group of young men and women were laughing and playing here. Before they stepped into the garden, Ji Yuqi saw Jiang Tianhao standing with a few boys and chatting casually. He held a glass of red wine in his hand. He did not feel embarrassed at all because of his inferior birth. He was handsome and confident, and he attracted the attention of many young girls. Lin Yuxi was not with them. Instead, she leaned on the railing alone and watched the goldfish in the lake. She was wearing a white evening gown. The otherworldly white color set off her cold and elegant temperament. She was very beautiful. Ji Yuqi's lips curled, revealing the first sincere smile of the night. Her steps seemed to be lighter. Ji Yuqi, you're late. Shouldn't you drink a glass of wine as punishment? The one who spoke was Yi Zixu's die-hard fan Xiaoren. He used to bully Ji Yuqi. Although he looked like a rascal, his father was a nouveau riche with assets in the hundreds of millions. Hee, Goddess Ji, this little one has already poured the wine for you. Don't let us down. A handsome boy with earrings in his ears picked up a glass of red wine and offered it to Ji Yuqi with both hands. This boy was Xiaoren's good brother. The two of them were so close that they could wear the same pair of pants. They also liked the same woman with the same taste, Yi Zixu. Ji Yuqi chuckled. Just as she was about to take the wine glass, someone beat her to it and took the glass. His handsome face looked even more handsome under the soft light. His warm and smiling voice was as charming as a breeze. You too, bullying a virtuous girl is not the behavior of a gentleman. I'll drink this glass of wine on behalf of Yuqi. After saying that, he raised his beautiful chin and slowly drank the red wine in the glass. Haha, good, Senior Jiang. I didn't expect you to be so gentlemanly. The laughter was full of ridicule. Yi Zixu, classmate, I'm very curious. How can you tolerate your boyfriend treating other girls? The tone that sounded innocent and curious was full of malice. Jiang Tianhao, although there have always been rumors that you like Ji Yuqi, you don't have to go so far. Have you ever considered Zixu's feelings? Xiaoren was indeed Yi Zixu's diehard fan. He always wanted to stand up for her. He slammed the table and stood up angrily. Although Ji Yuqi liked watching them fight, she had to say something for the upcoming show. So her sad eyes fell on Jiang Tianhao. But her tone was indescribably cold. Senior Jiang, Xiaoren is right. I don't need you to care about my affairs. You just need to take good care of Zixu. Two contradictory emotions intertwined in her body. She was obviously very sad, but she tried hard to show a disdainful look. She was so strong and stubborn that people wanted to hold her in their arms and comfort her with good words. Jiang Tianhao's eyes were glued to her body and couldn't move away. Yi Zixu, who had been ignored by him for a long time, clenched her teeth tightly. Otherwise, she was worried that she would roar angrily as soon as she opened her mouth. She pinched her palms hard and walked gracefully to Jiang Tianhao's side. She blocked his line of sight and smiled elegantly at the people who were watching the show. Xiaoren and everyone, you've all misunderstood. I asked Senior Jiang to take care of Sister Qiqi. Sister Qiqi's body is weak and can't drink alcohol. Since I'm late and have to drink a glass as a punishment, then I'll also punish myself with a glass. Yi Zis's words successfully pulled Jiang Tianhao's attention back to her. Jiang Tianhao actually felt guilty. He was too rash. In order to win Ji Yuqi's favor, he actually neglected Zisu and let her be mocked. He really shouldn't have done that. As for the others, although they had the intention to target Yi Zisu, seeing that she was so natural and graceful to save face, they didn't want to make things difficult for her. Xiao Ren's original intention was to embarrass Ji Yuqi, but he didn't expect to shoot his goddess in the foot. He hurriedly said, "Zisu, I'll help you drink." A burst of low mocking laughter sounded again. Yi Zisu blushed and glanced at him uncomfortably. Beauty novel Xinwu 799. Chapter 833. Xiaoren belatedly realized that he had made a fool of himself. Her boyfriend was right here, so why would she need an outsider like him to court her? He awkwardly rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "We're all classmates, so we should help each other." "Xiaoren, classmate, you don't have to worry. My girlfriend will naturally be taken care of by me." A large hand with distinct knuckles took out a glass of red wine from the tray. His elegant and confident drinking motion calmed the anger in Yi Zisu's heart. She tilted her head to look at the man who stood up for her, and a bashful smile appeared on her beautiful face. Finally, she glanced at Ji Yuqi casually with a hint of flaunting in her eyes. Ji Yuqi cooperatively avoided her gaze and looked towards the horizon. Her delicate silhouette was dyed with a thin layer of sadness. Yi Zisu smiled with satisfaction. Thinking of her plan, her smile became even more brilliant. Ji Yuqi no longer looked at the couple who were showing off their affection in front of everyone, and walked straight towards Lin Yuxi. Her back view as she silently left fell into the eyes of Yi Zisu and Jiang Tianhao. Both of them thought that she was deeply hurt, and wanted to find a quiet place to lick the wounds in her heart. Lin Yuxi quietly leaned on the railing, not caring about the clamor around her. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, ignorant and guarding her own little world. "Guess who I am?" A pair of cold hands suddenly covered her eyes, and a deep and mellow voice came from behind her. Lin Yuxi curled her lips in amusement. Although the person deliberately walked lightly, she had already smelled the familiar fragrance on her body. Thus, she reached out her hands and grabbed the waist of the person behind her. She shouted, "Ji Yuqi, you baddie, who else could it be other than you?" "Boring, you guessed it so easily." Ji Yuqi quickly released her hands to stop her hands from messing around her waist. "Who told you to be so stupid? You don't even know how to lie." Lin Yuxi unceremoniously rolled her eyes at her. "So the ice beauty knows how to roll her eyes too. Wow, what a great discovery." Ji Yuqi propped up her chin with one hand and stared at Lin Yuxi's pretty face with interest. Lin Yuxi was both angry and amused. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the distance. She poked Ji Yuqi's arm and whispered, "Hey Yuqi, look over there. Young Master Shen has been staring at us for a long time. Guess is it you or me?" Ji Yuqi's eyes suddenly widened. Shenja, he actually came too. Didn't he hate this kind of banquet the most? She quickly looked in the direction Lin Yuxi was pointing at. On the lawn across the lake, a group of men and women dressed in luxurious clothes were chatting. Most of them were older than her. Her father and Tang Feng's father were among them. There were also a few young masters, such as Gu Fifan and Shenjia. Gu Fifan was chatting with the two elders and did not notice Ji Yuqi's existence. Shenjia, who was used to being alone, faintly responded with a few words, then walked to a place with fewer people and looked at Ji Yuqi across the lake. He saw that she had a conflict with Xiao Run and others. Although he was too far away to hear what they were arguing about, he still stared at them attentively. In his dark eyes, there was only her existence. Then he saw her walk towards the girl by the lake and hug the girl from behind. His fingers that were holding the wine cup suddenly tightened, almost shattering it. His heart was filled with a strange emotion. He hated that little girl being close to other people. No matter if it was a man or a woman, he couldn't wait to kill the person that she was close to. Damn it, she belonged to him. He wouldn't allow anyone else to touch her. If looks could kill, Shinja would have killed Lin Yuxi 100 times. Although they were far away and Ji Yuqi couldn't see the expression on Shinja's face, from his statue-like posture and his unblinking gaze, she could guess that he was in a bad mood. He must not like noisy environments and did not want to deal with others with false civility, so he was in a bad mood. She bit her lip and suddenly wanted to comfort him. Yuqi, although young Master Shun is very handsome, you don't have to look at him in a daze. Lin Yuxi's teasing voice sounded in her ear. Ji Yuqi slowly withdrew her gaze and stared at Lin Yuxi with burning eyes. She asked gossipily, Yuxi, have you ever liked someone else? This question. Lin Yuxi touched her chin with her fingertips and thought very seriously, as if she had asked a very profound question. Ji Yuqi saw that her mind was wandering, so she couldn't help but smile. She took out her phone from her handbag, tapped on a familiar name, and quickly sent a text message. Shinja, who was full of murderous intent because of the sudden jealousy, suddenly felt the phone in his trouser pocket vibrate. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but he saw Ji Yuqi waving at him from a distance. The murderous intent around him miraculously subsided a little. He took out his phone and saw her text message. Have some dessert, it can make you feel better. At the end, she attached a big smile, just like her sunny smiling face. His cold and stiff lips couldn't help but curve, but in an instant, they were tightly pressed together. His slender fingers quickly swiped on the phone. Ding. I received a new text message. Stay away from the woman next to you. Don't touch her again. And don't let her touch you. Through this text message, Ji Yuqi could feel his strong dissatisfaction. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Shinja was angry not because there were too many people at the banquet, but because she and Yuxi were too close. Was there a mistake? He was jealous of a woman. However, she didn't feel disgusted at all. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she had eaten candy. Ji Yuqi lowered her eyes, pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender fingers danced on the phone screen, and she replied to him with a text message. Stop fooling around. I'll cook something delicious for you tomorrow. She attached a cute smiley face. Shinja's tightly pursed lips loosened, and his deep pupils rippled with a rippling brilliance. It was as gorgeous as fireworks, but it disappeared in an instant. His cool and handsome face seemed to be shrouded in sunlight, and a momentary warmth slid across it. He raised his head, looked at her deeply, and didn't reply to the text message. His handsome and tall body turned under her gaze, and he walked toward the lively crowd. Ji Yuqi was stunned, and she felt inexplicably disappointed. Lin Yuxi suddenly threw herself on her shoulder and peeked at her phone. Her voice was full of excitement as she gossiped. Haha, so that's what happened. I caught you. Ji Yuqi's cheeks quickly flushed. She quickly put away her phone, but on second thought, she felt that her 300 tales of silver here behavior was too ridiculous, so she simply admitted it openly. Yuxi, as you can see, Shinja and I are dating. She paused, and her tone was indescribably serious and sincere. Yuxi, my relationship with him can't be made public for the time being. You'll help me keep it a secret, right? Lin Yuxi frowned. Of course. This miss is not a gossipy person. But my poor cousin, he has fallen out of love again. Ji Yuqi thought of how Gu Fifan had been pestering her during this period of time, and she couldn't help but shiver. She quickly said, don't tell him. If he finds out, who knows what kind of trouble will happen. In her opinion, Gu Fifan's greatest ability was to provoke women and create trouble. Okay. Don't worry. I promise you that I won't tell anyone, and I definitely won't tell anyone. Lin Yuxi lit 3 candles for her poor cousin in her heart. Cousin, it seems that it's impossible for you to snatch someone from young Master Shen. As the night deepened, Ji Yuqi and Lin Yuxi walked to the hall hand in hand. When the two of them passed by the garden, Lin Yuxi was called over by an elder she was familiar with for a chat. Ji Yuqi didn't want to stand aside and eavesdrop, so she left first. She walked to the lush flower trees and met a servant. The servant said politely, Miss Ji, a gentleman asked me to pass a note to you. It's finally here. Ji Yuqi sneered in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She took the note and unfolded it. On it was written in a clear and elegant handwriting, Yuqi, I have a very important matter to discuss with you. 8 o'clock, meet at the rockery behind the forest. Be there or be square. Tianhao. Ji Yuqi smiled faintly and crumpled the note into a ball. She pinched it in her palm and looked at the small forest. The unbearable memories of her previous life were awakened again, and her eyes were as cold as ice. At the moment when she was distracted, a slender arm stretched out from behind the big tree, wrapped around her slender waist, and dragged her behind the big tree. He was extremely fast. Before Ji Yuqi had time to struggle, she had already smelled the familiar faint fragrance. The man's scalding big palm supported her waist, burning her skin. His warm breath sprayed on her neck, almost burning her. She was tightly imprisoned against his chest. She could clearly feel his heartbeat, passionate and strong. Ji Yuqi's heart thumped fiercely. She obediently allowed him to hug her. She didn't speak, and he also remained silent. The two of them maintained this extremely intimate position. Finally, she couldn't help but speak. Her clear voice had a trace of coquettishness. Shenjia, why are you hiding here? Shenjia tightened his arms. He was mesmerized by the soft girl in his arms. His thin chin gently rubbed against her raven black hair. His voice was as low as an expensive musical instrument. I want to hug you. So he hid in the path she had to pass by. Ji Yuqi's heart trembled. She obviously felt shy, but she couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, he was always clear about his likes and dislikes. If he hated her, he wouldn't even look at her. If he liked her, he would give her to her in the previous world. It was very quiet all around, and no one disturbed them. Ji Yuqi didn't mind being hugged by him for a while longer, but she still had things to do. Her slender fingers gently patted the back of his hand. She said gently, Shenjia, we've disappeared for too long. It's time to go back. A certain arrogant man buried his head in her shoulder. He said in a muffled voice, ignore them. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so willful. He could be so cute when he was childish sometimes. Shenjia suddenly turned his face and gently kissed her pink cheek. Only then did he curl his lips in satisfaction and let go of the little girl who had been petrified in his arms. He elegantly tidied her clothes and hair, and his voice was full of joy. Let's go, Chi-Chi. Ji Yuqi's mouth twitched. This guy really knew how to loot a burning house. Welfare Xinwu 799. Chapter 834. The two of them came out from behind the tree. Ji Yuqi walked in front, and Shenjia was one step behind her. It seemed that there was no relationship between the two of them, but if you looked closely, you would find that the man walking behind was silently accommodating the woman in front of him. If she walked fast, he would take bigger steps. If she walked slowly, he would slow down. The two of them were always one step apart. When they were about to reach the hall, Ji Yuqi suddenly stopped and turned to look at Shenjia. Her face was very calm, and she said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Shenjia, I might do something bad later. Can you pretend that you didn't see it? She had used the tone of a negotiation, but he could hear the pleading in her tone. Displeasure flashed past his heart. She didn't allow him to invade her privacy, and this thought made his chest tighten. He pursed his lips and said indifferently, I've said it before, I won't interfere. After that, he didn't look at her anymore and walked past her. When he was one step away from her, Ji Yuqi bit her lip and couldn't help but whisper, No, I just don't want you to see my ugly side. It was because she cared that she was afraid. She was afraid that he would discover all the ugly things about her. Her voice was very low, so low that Shenjia thought he was hallucinating. He paused and a faint light flashed through his beautiful phoenix eyes. The banquet began. Shenjia and Zhu Qia were sitting at the same table, among a group of elders. It was enough to see that Zhu Qia valued him. Unfortunately, he didn't feel anything and continued to talk to others indifferently. Ji Yuqi saw that he was silent and guessed that he must be very impatient at this moment. Ji Yuqi sat at the first table below. This table was full of Zhu's classmates. Sitting next to her was Lin Yuxi, and on the other side was Yi Zisu. Gu Fifan sat opposite her, his elegant peach blossom eyes flirting with her from time to time, completely ignoring the others present. Ji Yuqi was a little helpless. She didn't know what Juju was thinking, arranging this person to sit at the same table as her. Wasn't this deliberately causing trouble? Yushi, let's change our seats. Gu Fifan didn't know what low-key was. He stared at Ji Yuchi with a smile, and his intention was obvious. Lin Yushi was expressionless. Cousin, the banquet has already started. It's not nice to keep changing. Ji Yuchi lowered her eyes and pretended not to see anything. She felt a gloomy gaze fall on her body. She knew that it was a jealous man staring at her. If she opened her mouth to say something to Gu Fifan, she would definitely die miserably. Yuchi, this soup is not bad. Try it. A bowl of fragrant chicken soup was placed in front of her. Ji Yuchi was speechless. She was roaring in her heart. You are courting me in front of your ex-girlfriend, Juju. Have you considered our feelings? I'm about to be frozen by Shenji's gaze, bastard. Juju's eyes flashed with small flames. She was about to flip out, you bastard. It smells good, but I don't like to drink chicken soup. Ji Yuchi put the chicken soup aside expressionlessly. Then try it. Gu Fifan was interrupted by Juju before he could finish his words. Gu Fifan, are you done? Do you know that you make people feel disgusted? Juju's bright face was full of anger. Although she tried to lower her voice, it still attracted the attention of the guests at the next table. Gu Fifan raised his eyebrows and said lazily, Miss Xu, are you jealous? Although Juju had broken up with him, she still liked him in her heart. When he poked at her heart, her face turned red and then white, which was very eye-catching. Ji Yuchi saw that Juju had not harmed her in her previous life, so she gracefully put down the napkin and looked at Juju with a smile. She half-jokingly said, Jealousy is good for the body and mind. I also like to be jealous, but it also depends on whether the dish is to my taste. If it's not to my taste, it's useless to add more vinegar. Juju was not a fool. She could see that Ji Yuchi was speaking up for her. Under everyone's gaze, she gave her a way out. She took a deep breath and a bright smile appeared on her delicate face. Yes, if you don't like the dish, don't try it. Why would you care about adding vinegar? Yuchi, I heard that you are very good at painting. I have also been learning recently. Later, can you give me some advice? The topic was soon changed. The two women excitedly talked about painting. Gu Fifan was insinuated as unappetizing dish by them. He was very angry, but then he felt funny. He, who had always been invincible, was actually disliked by others. This was a very new experience. Halfway through the meal, Xiaoren at the same table raised his wine glass and said with a smile, Students, let's toast to today's birthday girl. We wish her a happy life every year. A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. The more she grows, the more beautiful she becomes. Someone burst into laughter. Xiaoren, your toast is really unique. Juju, I wish you a good mood every day and a beautiful life. The boys and girls present all held their wine glasses and gave their blessings to Juju, including Gu Fifan, who also said happy birthday. Then everyone cheered and drank the wine in their glasses. Putting aside prejudice, Xiaoren was indeed a person who was very good at livening up the atmosphere. He waved away the servant who was pouring wine and happily poured wine for his classmates. When it was Gu Fifan's turn, his suit sleeve gently brushed over the wine glass. Something hidden between his fingers was poured into the wine glass with the wine. His movements were extremely fast. Apart from Ji Yuchi, who had been secretly observing him, no one else could clearly see what he had done. Of course, there was one other person who was well aware of what he had done, and that was Yi Zissou, who had been maintaining an elegant smile all this time. Brother Fifan, you are a famous person in our school. I have admired you for a long time. Today, I must toast to you. Please do me the honor. Xiaoren's glib smile amused everyone. Gu Fifan raised his eyebrows and did not say much. He gave face and drank the wine in the glass. The banquet was over. Some guests said goodbye to the host, and some stayed to continue the entertainment. Ji Yuchi excused herself to go to the bathroom, and went to a place where there was no one. She took out a small mobile phone from her handbag. Its appearance was not unusual, but the SIM card inside was very special. She asked the computer genius Ahan to copy Yi Zissou's SIM card. As long as she sent a text message with this card, the recipient would mistakenly think that it was sent by Yi Zissou. Ji Yuqi sent a text message to Xiao Run in the name of Yi Zissou, asking him to wait for her in the small garden pavilion. She had something important to tell him. Xiao Run was excited. When he obeyed the goddess's order and put the pill into Gu Fifen's wine, he was in a state of excitement. He was excited and nervous. He was afraid that he would be discovered. His complicated emotions urgently needed to be vented. So when he received the text message, he did not have the slightest doubt, and went to the destination in high spirits. At the same time, a servant gave Gu Fifen a small note. Gu Fifen was already half drunk, and his mind was not very clear. He saw that the note was written by Yuqi, asking him to meet behind the rockery in the grove. His whole body was like being injected with chicken blood. He excitedly went to the grove. Yi Zissou hid in the crowd and saw that Gu Fifen went to the grove as she expected. But Ji Yuqi stayed by the balcony as usual and chatted with Lin Yuxi in a low voice. She did not have the slightest intention of going to the appointment. She could not help but nervously clench her fists. Could it be that Ji Yuqi, that bitch, saw through her plot? With that thought in mind, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Jiang Tianhao had been by her side the whole time. If he did not go to the grove, Ji Yuqi would definitely think that he would not go to the appointment. Then there was no need for her to go. Damn it, she almost missed the most important thing. Yi Zissou turned to look at Jiang Tianhao, who was by her side, and smiled gently. Tianhao, I want to go to the washroom. Go to the garden and find a hidden place to wait for me. I want to be alone with you. She drew circles on his chest with her finger. When his eyes darkened, she suddenly whispered in his ear, Don't go near Ji Yuqi. Otherwise I'll be angry. Jiang Tianhao's eyes flickered. He stroked the hair by her ear and smiled gently. Got it, little vinegar jar. I'll wait for you over there. The garden was the path to the grove. If Ji Yuqi saw Jiang Tianhao walking towards the garden, she would definitely think that he was going to the grove. Then Gigai would take the bait. Yi Zissou felt that it was wise of her to use Jiang Tianhao's name to ask Ji Yuqi to meet behind the rockery, and lure the drunk Gu Fifen there at the same time. She wanted to ruin their reputations. One of them would be accused of seducing someone's boyfriend, and the other of messing around at his ex-girlfriend's birthday party. What a pair of birds of a feather. As soon as Yi Zissou left, Ji Yuqi stopped chatting and looked seriously into Lin Yuxi's eyes. Yuxi, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Tianhao stood in the distance and watched as Ji Yuqi and Lin Yuxi whispered to each other. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He wanted to go up and talk to her, but Yi Zissou's instructions were still in his ears. He didn't want Zissou to misunderstand, so he could only turn around and leave sullenly. The most hidden place in the garden was the small pavilion by the lake. Hidden among the flourishing flowers, it was quiet and comfortable. It was the best place for couples to date. Jiang Tianhao would obviously choose that place. 1 minute after he left, Ji Yuqi also hurried to the rockery behind the grove. Gu Fifen, who had been schemed against, probably couldn't hold on for long. Behind a pitch-black rockery, Gu Fifen leaned against a tree trunk, his whole body hot and uncomfortable. He held his forehead with one hand and tried to stay awake. He felt that something was wrong with him, and wanted to find a woman to vent his anger. A burst of fragrance rushed into his nose, and the sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Gu Fifen knew that the person was Ji Yuqi. His heart suddenly beat faster, and his body became even hotter. He stretched out his arm and pulled the little girl who was approaching him in the dark into his arms. He eagerly stroked her with both hands and bent down to kiss her cheek. Gu Fifen calmed down. Ji Yuqi angrily slapped his face away. She really wanted to throw this guy who was obsessed with women into the lake to sober up. Chi-Chi, I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Fifen was suffering from the double torture of drugs and alcohol. His mind was muddled, and he didn't have much reason. Relying on his instinct, he tried to get close to a certain soft body. Ji Yuqi wanted to take something out of her handbag, but her hands were entangled by him, so she couldn't move. She gritted her teeth and planned to knock him out. But before she could take action, she heard a plop sound. Gu Fifen softly fell to the ground. A handsome and tall figure stood behind Gu Fifan, and his deep eyes stared straight at her. Welfare Songshu 566. Chapter 835. Where did he touch you? As soon as Shinja opened his mouth, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Ji-Yuchi's heart was cold. It's just my arm really. Ji-Yuchi hurriedly proved her innocence. Shinja snorted coldly, his cold gaze circling Gu Fifan a few times, as if he was considering whether to destroy this man's body. Ji-Yuchi coughed dryly, quickly stood between him and Gu Fifan, and muttered. He was schemed against, so he did those things. Fortunately, I was smart and brought a sedative. Although it can't cure the poison in his body, it can help him regain his senses. Ji-Yuchi didn't know why she explained so much. Perhaps, she just didn't want Shinja to misunderstand. She quickly took out the sedative from her bag, poured out a few pills, stuffed them into Gu Fifan's mouth, and then slapped his cheek hard. Gu Fifan woke up in a daze, only to feel a pain in the back of his head and face. The heat in his body dissipated a lot, and his mind gradually became clearer. He stared blankly at the woman squatting in front of him, as if he still didn't believe it. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "What happened to me just now?" He remembered that he seemed to have done something bad to her. Ji-Yuchi looked back and saw that Shinja had disappeared. He should be hiding in the dark. She sighed. If Gu Fifan saw him, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. She didn't have time to explain to Gu Fifan. She guessed that Yi Zissou had already brought people to the rockery to catch them in the act. If they were found hiding here, even if they were innocent, there would be unbearable rumors. She pulled him up from the ground and said quickly, "I'll explain this matter to you later. Hurry up and leave here. If you meet anyone on the way, avoid them, and then go back to the hall." Ji-Yuchi's soft fingers held his arm. Gu Fifan suddenly froze, and the demon that he had suppressed in his heart began to stir again. He clenched his fingers and tried to restrain himself. His mind was also spinning rapidly, and he realized that something big was about to happen, and it was related to him. He chose to believe in Ji-Yuchi and looked at her deeply. "I owe you for what happened today. It's too dark here, and it's not safe. Don't stay too long." "Well, I know. You should leave quickly." Ji-Yuchi urged him to leave quickly. Gu Fifan's back disappeared in the night, and Shinja appeared out of nowhere. His elegant and handsome body stood under the moonlight, aloof from the dust. Ji-Yuchi walked to his side, and took the initiative to hold his hand. She lifted her bright and clean little face and smiled brightly. "Shinja, let's go watch the show, okay?" Her soft voice and slightly fawning tone. Was the little girl in front of him worried that he would be angry? Shinja's tense lips relaxed slightly, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with a hint of a smile. He subconsciously held her hand tightly, and her cold and slender fingertips gently scratched his palm. Her voice was soft. "Don't be angry." She had many things hidden from him. Why did she know that Gu Fifan was being schemed against? Why did she carry tranquilizers with her everywhere? Why did she know that a good show was about to happen? There were so many secrets, and it was no wonder that he would be angry. Ji-Yuchi was perturbed, and she did not know if the secrets she was carrying would cause a misunderstanding between the two of them. And it was impossible for her to tell him about her rebirth. The only thing she could do was to minimize the negative consequences of being a prophet as much as possible. Shinja replied with a faint and his broad palm completely covered her little hand. He looked straight ahead and held her hand as they walked forward. Ji-Yuchi frowned. What did he mean by that Did he agree with what she said and was no longer angry? She stole a glance at him and saw that the corners of his lips were quietly raised. She could not help but smile as well, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Yi Zissou raised her hand and looked at the gold watch on her wrist. It was almost time. Ji-Yuchi and Gu Fifan were like firewood burning with passion. What should have happened had already happened, and she was looking forward to what would happen next. At this moment, Xiaoren was pressing down on his thumping heart as he hid in the small pavilion, waiting for the arrival of the goddess in his dreams. There were no lights in the pavilion, and it was pitch black. In the distance, a faint moonlight shrouded the lake, and the scenery was very beautiful. He imagined himself and Yi Zissou admiring the beautiful scenery under the moonlight. The two of them were together, and they were not separated from each other. Ah, what a beautiful scene! Just as he was immersed in his own fantasy, the sound of crisp footsteps suddenly came from outside the pavilion. The flourishing flowers and trees blocked the figure of the person, but Xiaoren knew that it must be his goddess. He jumped up excitedly and quietly walked to the entrance, planning to give his goddess a surprise when she walked in. Jiang Tianhao wandered around the garden for a while, and felt a little tired. He planned to rest in the pavilion while waiting for Yi Zissou. He had just stepped into the dark pavilion when a shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hugged him tightly. Jiang Tianhao trembled. The first thought that came to his mind was that this person was Ji Yuqi. She might have followed him and deliberately waited for him here. However, it seemed that something was not right. A girl's body should be soft, and Yuqi was not so tall. Jiang Tianhao was shocked. He wanted to push the person who hugged him away, but he heard the person's excited and trembling voice. Zissou, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zissou, I've already done as you said and added something to Gu Fifen's wine. Did I do a good job? No one noticed it yet. Xiaoren finally hugged the goddess of his dreams. Because he was too excited and too nervous, he did not notice that something was wrong at the first moment. Xiaoren, you idiot. There was a big difference between a man's and a woman's touch. Jiang Tianhao roared in his heart. He wanted to throw the man in front of him into the lake to wake up his brain. However, his reason told him that he had to endure. His body was stiff and he did not dare to move. He wanted to entice the idiot to confess and tell him everything he knew. Xiaoren did not disappoint. In order to please his goddess, he spilled the beans from a bamboo tube. Zissou, why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid that Gu Fifen will notice it when he wakes up? Don't worry, if Gu Fifen finds out, I'll take responsibility. I won't drag you down. Jiang Tianhao frowned. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Zissou asked Xiaoren to add something to Gu Fifen's wine. Why did she do that? Xiaoren saw that his goddess did not say anything. He thought that his goddess was worried about whether the plan would go smoothly. He quickly vowed, Zissou, you don't have to worry. I saw Gu Fifen go to the rockery. He's now drunk and has taken that kind of medicine. He's delirious. He'll definitely do that to Ji Yuqi. That kind of medicine. Ji Yuqi. Jiang Tianhao suddenly realized that Gu Fifen had always been interested in Ji Yuqi. Zissou put the two of them together at this time. Not only would it ruin their reputation, but it would also offend Zhu Zhu. His feelings for Ji Yuqi were a little complicated. He wanted to use her for revenge, but he did not want her to be tainted by other men. Because she was destined to be his woman. Jiang Tianhao was burning with anger. For the first time, he felt anger towards Yi Zissou. She actually hid it from him. She actually had an ambiguous relationship with Xiaoren, this idiot. She simply did not put him in her eyes. He had fallen from a humble family. He had been looked down upon and bullied a lot. He hated it when people ignored his existence. At this moment, his anger towards Yi Zissou increased rapidly. He also hated Xiaoren, this idiot. He could no longer endure it. He suddenly stretched out his arm and pushed Xiaoren away. He was very strong, and Xiaoren was pushed back a few steps. Xiaoren was surprised that his goddess was so strong. He threw himself at her again and shouted, Zissou, I have liked you for a long time. Jiang Tianhao, that poor boy, is not worthy of you. Be with me. I will definitely love you and make you the happiest girl in the world. Damn it, he was almost pushed to the ground by this idiot. In the darkness, Jiang Tianhao's handsome face was distorted by anger. His anger had clouded his reason. He could not help but put his hand on Xiaoren's neck. If he used more strength, he could break his neck. On the other side, Yi Zissou, who was in the hall, claimed that she had lost her earrings. She wanted to go to the place where she had just passed by to look for them. Although Zhu Zhu did not like her, as the host, she could not neglect her guest. So she called a few servants and classmates who were close to her to help her look for the earrings. Lin Yuxi also followed. The group of people held flashlights and walked towards the dark garden. Yi Zixu walked at the front, wanting to lead the group to the back of the rockery as soon as possible. Suddenly, she heard Lin Yushi's surprised voice. Wait a minute, did you guys hear any strange sounds? Zhu Zhu and the others stopped. There's no sound. Yi Zixu was afraid that Lin Yushi would stall for time, so she quickly said, there's no sound. I didn't stay here today. The earrings should have fallen in the woods. Let's hurry over and take a look. Lin Yushi's face was serious and her tone was firm. I really heard a sound. It sounded like a scream, but it also sounded like a very painful sound. It's over at the pavilion. You guys wait here. I'll go and take a look. It won't be good if something happens. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed towards the pavilion. Of course, Zhu Zhu couldn't let her go alone. It was dark, and she was a girl. If something happened, Zhu Zhu glanced at Yi Zixu and said, let's go and take a look. Anyway, we're not in a hurry to find the earrings. As they spoke, Lin Yushi had already passed through the flourishing flowers and stepped onto the steps of the pavilion. In a flash, Yi Zixu suddenly remembered something. Jiang Tianhao was in the pavilion. Did something really happen to him? In this season, there were already poisonous snakes. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She didn't care about her manners. With one hand holding the hem of her dress, she quickly walked towards the pavilion. Ah! A sharp scream pierced through the night sky, startling the adults in the hall. They thought that something had happened to their child and rushed to the garden. In front of the pavilion in the dark, Lin Yushi froze on the spot. She covered her mouth in shock. The flashlight in her hand had already rolled to the ground, and the dazzling light shone on the two men who were rolling in the room. What's wrong? What happened? Yi Zixu was the most anxious. She was the first to run behind Lin Yushi. She swept the flashlight into the room and then screamed. Ah! Screams came one after another. The entrance was crowded with people. Beauty novel Xingwu 799. Chapter 836. The flashlights in their hands shone neatly on the floor. Two men were lying on the floor, their clothes disheveled. One of them was on top of the other, their limbs intertwined. It looked like they were fighting, but it also looked like they were having sex. The two of them heard the screams and looked up at the entrance in panic. However, the glaring light made it difficult for them to look straight at it, so they had no choice but to quickly avoid it. Yi Zixu looked at the scene in front of her in shock. What was going on? Why was Tianhao and Xiaoren entangled together? Perhaps it was because the incident happened too suddenly, but Jiang Tianhao and Xiaoren did not let go of each other immediately. They only let go of each other in panic when the entrance was filled with people. Jiang Tianhao quickly got up from Xiaoren's body. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by Lin Yushi's trembling voice. You! How could you do such a thing? Senior Jiang, you're Yi Zixu's boyfriend. And Xiaoren, don't you like Yi Zixu? How could you and Senior Jiang? Jiang Tianhao almost spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He and Xiaoren were fighting. Why did it sound like they were doing something shameful when Lin Yushi said it? Damn it! Xiaoren quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was from Jiang Tianhao's beating. He quickly explained, you misunderstood. Yi Zixu was worried that Xiaoren would say something he shouldn't say. She quickly interrupted him and said, Tianhao, Xiaoren, how could you fight in a place like this? If there's a misunderstanding, just talk it out and solve it. Lin Yushi shook her head. Her tone was sympathetic and pitiful. He bit his lip until it bled. How pitiful. Xiaoren, you don't have to explain. We all understand. Don't worry, we won't say anything. After her reminder, everyone looked at Xiaoren and his wife with even more ambiguous gazes. They even took the scars on their bodies from the fight as evidence of excessive love. Xiaoren was so angry that he rolled his eyes. What was this? He still wanted to refute, but Jiang Tianhao suddenly punched him in the face and said angrily, Xiaoren, this is the lesson you deserve for coveting Zixu. If you harass her again in the future, I won't let you off. F***CK, Jiang Tianhao, haven't you had enough? Let's continue. The hot-blooded young man, Xiaoren, was provoked by him. He forgot where he was and raised his fist to fight. A low, angry voice exploded in the air. Arun, stop! Xiaoren embarrassedly withdrew his fist and turned his head stiffly. Dad. Oh no, he had lost a lot of face today. When he went home, he would definitely be tied up and beaten by his old man. Xiao Qinggang was so embarrassed by his good-for-nothing son that his face turned red. His two chins trembled in anger. The people around them pretended not to see anything. Some disappeared, while others remained silent. However, one person did not give them face. He sneered and said in a lazy tone, "Wow, so you have this kind of hobby. I understand. Originally, the parties involved had explained that it was a fight, but someone still twisted the facts and misled everyone. It was really well done." Lin Yuxi looked at Gu Fifan, her cousin, with admiration in her eyes. Gu Fifan! Xiaoren exclaimed in shock. Jiang Tianhao was also stunned. Yi Zhisu almost couldn't help but fly into a rage. What was going on? Gu Fifan should be doing something embarrassing with Ji Yuqi now. How could he appear here? Oh, she was going crazy. What exactly did she miss? Gu Fifan crossed his arms and slowly approached Xiaoren with a relaxed and lazy look. Just now, he followed Ji Yuqi's advice and quickly returned to the hall. Unexpectedly, he met Yi Zhisu and others on the way. He simply hid behind a tree and rested. He planned to go back after the effect of the drug in his body disappeared. He didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. Based on some clues, he basically guessed that he had been schemed against. He also knew that the people who schemed against him were probably Xiaoren and Yi Zhisu. Of course, they didn't only scheme against him. They also schemed against Ji Yuqi, who had a special relationship with him. As for why Xiaoren and Jiang Tianhao were schemed against, it should be Ji Yuqi's credit. Thinking of this, Gu Fifan glanced in the direction of the entrance. She, who was wearing a blue dress, stood expressionlessly behind the crowd. Beside her was Shenjia, who was wearing a black suit. Although the two of them didn't have any communication, they inexplicably made people feel that they were a good match. Gu Fifan's heart was slightly depressed. He turned his gaze away and didn't think about it anymore. He patted Xiaoren's shoulder intimately and smiled very kindly. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Little brother Xiaoren, big brother is really grateful for that glass of wine." Xiaoren's whole body trembled. He stared straight at the smiling man in front of him. His back suddenly broke out in cold sweat. His heart was filled with coldness. Damn it, Gu Fifan knew. He knew that he had drugged his wine. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Xiaoren had seen Gu Fifan's strength. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. Under his gaze, Xiaoren's heart trembled. He clenched his fists tightly. His lips trembled a few times, but in the end he didn't say anything. He chose to protect Yi Zhisu. He forcefully closed his eyes and then opened them again. He forced a calm expression and smiled. "Brother Fifan, please give me some face." Xiaoren was pleading with Gu Fifan. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he shouldn't make things too ugly for him. Most of the influential people in Ying City were gathered here. If they knew about his despicable actions, the reputation of the entire Xiao family would be ruined. The smile on Gu Fifan's face became even brighter. That handsome face was as beautiful as the peach blossoms in March. It was mesmerizing. However, at this moment, Xiaoren was frightened. He was trembling with fear as he waited for Gu Fifan's verdict. He even ignored the current situation. "Arun, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get your ass over here. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Xiao Xinggong's furious voice sounded like the sound of nature in Xiaoren's ears. He hurriedly threw a pleading look at Gu Fifan. Then, as if he was being chased by a monster, he dashed to his father's side. Then, the nouveau riche Xiao Xinggang gave him a slap without hesitation. The crisp sound of the slap brought the Zhu family's banquet to an unhappy end. Xiao Qinggang stuffed his little brat into the car and left in a huff. Ji Bowen was discussing with Zhu Qiu and a few other family heads about investing in education. He didn't make it to the scene of the farce in time, but he still heard about the general situation. When he saw Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zhisu again, his gloomy eyes hid his anger. He took a deep look at Jiang Tianhao and said in a low voice, "Look at the trouble you've caused." After he finished speaking, he stormed off in a huff. Chen Tingfang glared at Yi Zixu in exasperation. She hurriedly followed after Ji Bowen and gently consoled him. Ji Yuqi looked at Jiang Tianhao as if she wanted to say something. Her dark eyes flashed with worry and concern. She seemed to have a lot to say, but she didn't know where to start. Finally, she bit her lips and whispered, "Take care." Then, she carried her handbag and walked straight past him. Her delicate body looked even more delicate in the night. Jiang Tianhao's heart ached. He suddenly realized that at this time, the only person who was really worried about him and really cared about him was probably Ji Yuqi. If Ji Yuqi knew what he was thinking at this time, would she laugh 3 times and scold the heavens for being blind? Tianhao. A soft voice entered his ears. A small white hand tentatively held his hand. Yi Zix's worried face entered his line of sight. Her red lips moved slightly and she whispered, "Tianhao, don't worry. I believe in you. Everything will be fine." Seeing her beautiful face and listening to her soft voice, Jiang Tianhao no longer felt happy. Only disgust was left. It was this woman who was stupid and vicious. She actually used him to deal with Yuqi. In the end, she was schemed against by Gu Fifan and poured dirty water on him. Yes, Jiang Tianhao didn't suspect Ji Yuqi, who loved him deeply. He only thought that Gu Fifan saw through his plot and beat him at his own game. He brought everyone here to embarrass himself. Jiang Tianhao really wanted to shake her hand off, but he didn't. This woman was still useful to him. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He squeezed her hand. "Let's go." On the way back, the Ji family split into 3 groups. Ji Bowen and Chen Tingfang left first. Ji Yuqi drove one car, Yi Zixu and Jiang Tianhao drove the other. Ji Yuqi drove the car and shuttled back and forth between the traffic. The neon lights outside the window kept flashing, and the car was filled with melancholy nostalgic music. Her thoughts drifted and she couldn't help but return to the past. That night, she went to Zhuzhu's birthday party with Yi Zixu. Yi Zixu was an elegant and noble princess who was in the limelight, but she was a notorious vicious woman. Fortunately, her Prince Charming, Jiang Tianhao, was always by her side. When she was playing in the garden, Ji Yuqi also received a small note like today, asking her to meet at the rockery behind the grove. The note was signed by Tang Feng. Even if she was abandoned by Tang Feng, Ji Yuqi never hated him, let alone suspected him. Therefore, she hid it from Jiang Tianhao and quietly went to the appointment. It was dark behind the rockery. When she approached, an arm suddenly stretched out and dragged her to the back of the rockery. That person was Gu Fifan, who was drugged. Gu Fifan pressed her against the stone. He tore off her clothes and carelessly kissed and stroked her. She struggled in panic. Just when she was about to despair, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of her. Her clothes were untidy and she was in a mess. She wanted to explain, but no one believed her. Tang Feng said bluntly that he did not give her any note. The other party, Gu Fifan, drank too much and fainted, so no one defended her. Everyone scolded her for stealing Zhuzhu's boyfriend. Zhuzhu slapped her. Mrs. Zhu was angry and kicked her out of the party without caring about the Ji family's face. Only Jiang Tianhao trusted her and left with her. From then on, Ji Yuqi was dead set on Jiang Tianhao. She loved him so much that she wanted to marry no one but him. Of course, even if she wanted to marry someone else, no one would want to marry a woman with a bad reputation. From then on, Ji Bowen was completely disappointed with her daughter. At that time, Ahan had died in an accident. Ji Bowen could only put his hope on his future son-in-law, Jiang Tianhao. He let him enter the Ji group and familiarize himself with the company's business. He taught him step by step, so he personally cultivated an ingrate. In the end, he took away the power of the Ji group. Welfare Xinwu 799. Chapter 837. It could be said that Jiang Tianhao's road to power was paved with Ji Yuqi's humiliation and sadness. The sad thing was that Ji Yuqi had never doubted him and Yi Zixu. She had always foolishly thought that it was because of her bad luck that she encountered so many bad things. Thinking of how stupid she used to be, Ji wanted to slap herself a few times. Ji gripped the steering wheel tightly, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She realized that some things had changed because of her rebirth. In her previous life, Tang Feng was used as a shield by Yi Zissou. This time, Tang Feng didn't attend the banquet because he wasn't feeling well. So Yi Zissou took the risk and asked her out in Jiang Tianhao's name. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianhao had some feelings for Yuqi in this life. Yi Zissou was worried that Jiang Tianhao wouldn't hurt Yuqi, so she could only do things behind his back. If he found out that Yi Zissou's plot ended up harming himself, there would definitely be a rift between the two of them. It wasn't because he cared about Yuqi, but because he was used to controlling the situation and wouldn't allow others to deceive him. Thinking of this, Ji raised her eyebrows mockingly. Let this pair of true love test their feelings with time. Her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her reverie. Ji pressed the answer button and heard Gu Fifen's magnetic voice. Chi, can you explain what happened tonight now? Ji tone was indifferent, as if she was talking about the weather. You were drugged by Xiaoren and tricked to hide behind the rockery. I was already prepared and saved your reputation. Oh, right, although you don't have any reputation to speak of. Gu Fifen smiled bitterly. Do you have to humiliate me like this to be happy? Forget it. Since you saved what little reputation I had left, I'll forgive you. Tell me, how did you get Xiaoren and Jiang Tianhao together? I used Yi Zissou's name to trick Xiaoren into going to the pavilion. As for Jiang Tianhao, he was rather unlucky. In order to trick me, Yi Zissou had to send him away, and the best place to do so was the only way to get to the fake mountain, the garden. Ji analyzed the situation in detail. She did not intend to hide anything from him. In some ways, the two of them were really fated. In her previous life, Yi Zissou had schemed against them, and both of them were unlucky together. In this life, they were schemed against again. This was also the reason why Ji was so kind to save him from his burning desire. Gu Fifen clicked his tongue and sighed. So you're playing psychological tactics. You're really good. Ji snorted. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Gu. I beg you to use your brain when you do things in the future. Don't be used by others. I don't want to be involved with you anymore. Why did Yi Zissou always want to involve her and Gu Fifen together? This was really a question worth pondering. The corner of Gu Fifen's mouth twitched. Hey, you're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Last time at the old mansion, you were the one who wanted to get involved with me. Why are you blaming me now? Ji apologized without any sincerity. Then I'm really sorry. Gu Fifen was almost angered to death by her. The next second, he was full of energy again and chuckled mischievously. Chi, since they all want to involve us together, then we'll do what everyone wants and be together. Don't worry, I won't despise you. Sorry, I despise you. Ji raised her eyebrows. She got out of the car and closed the door. She didn't want to have a meaningless conversation with him. That's it, I'm home. Bye. Wait a minute. Ouch, little rascal. You actually dare to hang up on me. On the other side, Gu Fifen pounded the steering wheel in annoyance. Unfortunately, the little girl could no longer hear him. After the incident at the birthday party, the news of Xiao family's young master being a pervert quickly spread. Xiao Chenggang was ridiculed by the group of people on the board of directors. He lost all his face. When he went back, he gave Xiaoren a good beating. Poor Xiaoren. His old injuries had not healed and new injuries were added. At this moment of physical and mental injury, Xiaoren wanted to seek comfort from the goddess. He didn't expect the goddess to coldly tell him that she had never asked him to go to any pavilion, and had never liked him. She asked him not to misunderstand. Xiaoren's young man's heart suddenly shattered into pieces. The sad thing was that Gu Fifen started to take revenge. The news that Xiaoren and Jiang Tianhao messed around at Juju's birthday party spread throughout the school. There was a post on the BBS called, Who is the top and who is the bottom? The Tsundra Queen and the Black-Bellied Emperor? The post quickly became popular. In the post, Xiaoren became the Tsundra Queen, and Jiang Tianhao was naturally the black-bellied emperor. The post owner made a detailed analysis of the attributes of the two people's top and bottom. His moral integrity fell to the ground, which attracted the howling of the Fujoshis. They all raised their flags and supported Xiao Ren and Jiang Tianhao to be together. The two men who were gossiped about smashed the mouse at the same time, and almost overturned the computer. Ouch, 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 look, that is the black-bellied emperor. He is so handsome and stylish. His gentle appearance wraps his black-bellied heart. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. A girl's eyes were starry and she looked infatuated. What the hell? Who is the woman holding the black-bellied emperor's arm? It destroys the beauty too much. The black-bellied emperor belongs to the Tsundere queen. A girl stomped her feet and roared at Yi Zissou. The Tsundere queen and the black-bellied emperor are true love. The one called Yi something, quickly let go of the Tsundere queen, and let the Tsundere queen do it. Tsundere queen, where are you? Your man is about to be snatched away. Whenever Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zissou held hands and showed their affection on campus, they would be surrounded by a group of Fujoshis. The chatter of the wolf girls annoyed Jiang Tianhao, and Yi Zissou's face became more and more ugly. Both of them were roaring in their hearts. Fujoshis are really a ferocious species. He is obviously heterosexual, okay? This farce finally came to an end one afternoon. Under the covetous eyes of the wolf girls, Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren walked into the office of the Academic Affairs Office. The Academic Affairs Director expelled them for violating the school rules and seriously affecting the school's teaching order, living order, and public management order. Jiang Tianhao's face was as white as a sheet. He was already in his 4th year of university. If he was expelled, it would mean that he had wasted his 4 years in university. Moreover, those big companies would not hire a student who was expelled because of his bad behavior. This meant that his whole life would be stained. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, clenched his fists tightly, stood up suddenly, and argued with reason. Director, I have an objection to this punishment. I want to appeal. Xiao Ren also stood up and said loudly, I want to appeal too. According to the rules, if a student was not satisfied with the punishment given by the school, he could appeal. The school set up a special student appeal handling committee to accept students' appeals for cancellation of admission, expulsion, or disciplinary punishment. The director pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled. Okay, students. Please submit a written appeal to the appeal handling committee according to the rules. Coming out of the Academic Affairs Office, the two people, who were like fire and water, miraculously reached a tacit agreement. They must unite and overturn the school's punishment decision. Jiang Tianhao took the lead and reached out a hand of friendship. Xiao Ren, let's put aside our prejudice and work hard together. Xiao Ren hesitated for a moment and held Jiang Tianhao's hand. I was too immature in the past. Jiang Tianhao, I will not fight with you for Yi Zissou in the future. You must treat her well. Even if his goddess did not mean it, he still could not bear to see her suffer. Jiang Tianhao nodded. His face was cold and his eyes were deep. No one could guess what he was thinking. Originally, it was a simple handshake between two men. Unexpectedly, someone secretly took a picture of it and posted it on the school's website. The wolf girls cheered. The Tsundere queen and the black-bellied king finally broke through the world and got together. Someone edited the picture of the two, made it into a video, and posted it on the internet. It implicated their background and attracted more attention. It even implicated the Xiao group and Ji group. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and it was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Tianhao, don't take those people's nonsense to heart. You will be fine. Tianhao, don't worry. No matter what, I will always be on your side. Tianhao, I have saved a secret stash of money over the years. If we can't stay in Ying City, we will study abroad. Everything will be fine. Yi Zissou seized every opportunity to show her loyalty in front of Jiang Tianhao. Jiang Tianhao was not touched at all. He only became more and more annoyed. This woman was the main culprit. She caused him to be so miserable. She still had the nerve to comfort him and give him charity. When a person loves you, All your shortcomings become merits. When a person doesn't love you, he can no longer see your merits and will only magnify your shortcomings. Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren had to bear the pressure of Mount Tai and submit a petition to the Complaint Handling Committee. However, they did not know that Gu Fifen's grandfather was the director of the school. It was a piece of cake for him to target anyone. The complaint was rejected, and the original punishment was upheld. Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren were not satisfied. In the end, they submitted a written complaint to the Provincial Education Administration. This incident caused a huge uproar in Ying City. The Provincial Education Administration sent 2 investigators to investigate and collect evidence. This time, Gu Fifen did not do anything behind the scenes. Hence, after several twists and turns, the investigators finally found the truth. They proved that Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren were innocent. The public was blinded by malicious rumors. In the end, the education department overruled the decision to expel them from school. The school reconsidered the matter and gave them a warning. However, Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren's names were remembered by everyone in Ying City. Regardless of whether it was out of goodwill or malice, their reputations were tainted. As Jiang Tianhao's future father-in-law, Ji Bowen lost all his face. His attitude towards Jiang Tianhao became colder and colder. Chen Tingfang originally wanted to persuade Ji Bowen to let Jiang Tianhao enter the Ji group after graduation. However, she had no choice but to give up on this idea. She also tried to persuade Yi Zhisu to give up on Jiang Tianhao and find another outstanding man. However, Yi Zhisu was too addicted. She was unwilling to give up. She kept fantasizing that she would stay by his side when he was down, and that he would not abandon her when he was successful. He would be loyal to her, and so on. A month later, the expulsion incident finally came to an end. Jiang Tianhao went from being a proud young man of the capital university to a commoner who was despised by everyone. Everyone looked at him with prejudice. Although he was already in his 4th year and did not care about the reputation in the school, the difference was too big. He could not accept it. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.